the chat is already shared in the chat room. Thank you.
Halo, Boro suaranya nggak kedengaran, Boro.
Yes, Pak Dr. Arif.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, check. Can you hear me, Pak Dr. Arifin?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, good morning to all participants. Please fill the seminar attendance through the link which already shared in the chat room. Thank you.
Special speaker.
Check, check. Okay, last reminder. Good morning to all participants. Please fill the seminar attendance through the link which already shared in the chat room. Thank you. Okay. Sudah bisa dimulai? Okay. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Borneo Tarakan, the Honorable Head of Research and Community Service Center LPPM Universitas Borneo Tarakan, the Honorable Chairman of the Association of Indonesian Professors, the Honorable Principal Advisor GIS, the Honorable speakers and all participants, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Woro Kusmariani, and I will be the MC today. Welcome to International Seminar Indigenous Knowledge for Biodiversity Conservation Experiences from North Kalimantan, Indonesia, 25 October 2021. Our rundown today: 1. Opening, 2. Singing the National Anthem Indonesia Raya and Universitas Borneo Tarakan Hymn, 3. Pray, 4. Opening speech, 5. First session keynote speakers, 6. First question and answer session, 7. Second session keynote speakers, 8. Second question and answer session, and 9. Closing. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya and Universitas Borneo Tarakan Hymn. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar today, let's pray together, and for Muslim participants, the prayer will be led by Mr. Burhanuddin. Mr. Burhanuddin, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Para hadirin sekalian, marilah kita berdoa agar menambah keberkahan pada acara seminar internasional hari ini. Marilah kita menundukkan hati dan kepala sejenak, seraya berdoa kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala agar acara ini dapat menjadi momen berharga bagi kita semua. Saya akan memimpin doa ini berdasarkan ajaran Islam, dan bagi yang memiliki keyakinan lain, dipersilahkan berdoa sesuai dengan keyakinannya masing-masing. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin, arrahmanirrahim, maliki yaumiddin, iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in, ihdinas siratal mustaqim, siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Allahumma ya Allah ya Rabbana ya Karim. Ya Allah, di hari Senin 25 Oktober 2021 ini, di tempat yang indah ini, kita berkumpul dalam rangka melaksanakan seminar internasional sebagai pertemuan ilmiah untuk berbagi ide, pengetahuan, dan pengalaman yang bermanfaat dari para cendekiawan, sarjana, peneliti, dan pelajar dari berbagai disiplin ilmu. Dan semoga seminar internasional yang kami selenggarakan ini bermanfaat bagi kehidupan kami, memperluas pengetahuan kami, mencemerlangkan gagasan kami, dan memimpin kami untuk menjadi orang-orang produktif yang sukses, yang pada gilirannya akan meningkatkan martabat bangsa kami. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa dzurriyyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbi habli min ladunka dzurriyyatan thayyibatan innakas sami'ud du'a. Ya Allah, tuntun dan berkahilah hati dan pikiran kami dengan cahaya bimbingan-Mu. Terangilah jiwa kami dengan pengetahuan-Mu, dan hiasilah hidup kami dengan kebaikan-Mu. Ya Allah, ilhamkanlah kepada kami kecerdasan, dan lapangkanlah dada kami, serta mudahkanlah kami dalam menimba ilmu. Ya Allah, bantu kami agar dapat berbicara dengan mudah, jelas, dan fasih. Bantu kami untuk saling mendengarkan, saling menghormati, saling mencintai, sehingga kami termasuk orang-orang yang diberkahi. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khosirin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa barik wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Burhanuddin. Ladies and gentlemen, our first opening speech will be delivered by Prof. Ari Purbayanto, Chairman of the Association of Indonesian Professors, to deliver opening speech this morning. Prof. Ari Purbayanto, please.
Thank you, Dr. Woro Kusmaryani. Honorable Professor Adri Paton, Rektor Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Honorable Mr. Tunggul Butar-Butar, Principal Advisor GIZ, invited speakers from Indonesia and also from foreign countries, lecturer, practitioners, students, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, selamat pagi, and good health and happiness to all of us. On this good opportunity, we should express our praise and gratitude to the presence of the Almighty God, because only with the permission and guidance we can attend international seminar, this international seminar. The international seminar series 3rd and 4th with the theme Indigenous Knowledge for Biodiversity Conservation, Experiences from North Kalimantan, is very important and relevant to the condition of Indonesia as a country with the largest biodiversity in the world. The indigenous knowledge for biodiversity conservation need to be explored, managed, and developed in an effort to conserve biodiversity that is in line with government and global policy. The indigenous knowledge, or we familiar calls it with local wisdom in the community, should continue to be supported and even developed, because it is more implemented in the field. I know some local wisdom in the field of marine and fisheries. That is my field. For example, awik-awik in Lombok and Panglima Laut in Aceh. This is quite effective and get positive legal support from the government, especially local government, in its implementation. I believe there is so much traditional knowledge in North Kalimantan related to the biodiversity conservation that needs to be disclosed, understood, and further implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable seminar participants, the Indonesian Professors Association, or abbreviated as API, is an independent and non-profit professional organization consisting of lecturers with the academic rank of professor, legally established in 2007. The role and contribution of API as a national thinker is expected to be able to contribute in the form of thoughts, action plans, and even a real contribution in the field in participating in providing alternative solutions to the nation problems. The potential of the ideas and thoughts of the extraordinary professor is channeled through 24 study clusters that have been formed by the EPI. Related to the problem of biodiversity conservation, the cluster of natural resource and environmental management led by Professor Abdul Jabbar Shah, Rector of Kaltara University, as a center of rule. Although, in fact, the problem of biodiversity can also be approached from various academic, scientific points of view, of course. Thus, the role of professors across discipline is very important to contribute their thoughts in managing biodiversity conservation in this country, especially in the Kalimantan region. The 3rd and 4th international seminar bring together academicians from related disciplines and various universities in Indonesia, as well as practitioners and environmentalists. Hopefully, it will run smoothly and successfully. Our great hope is to obtain strategic formulation and recommendation for the biodiversity conservation by implementing as well as developing the indigenous knowledge, or we call it with the local wisdom of the people in the north of Kalimantan. Before ending this speech, I would like to thank the University of Borneo, Tarakan, and GIZ for cooperating with API in organizing this seminar. And also my appreciation and thank you to all invited speakers who have been willing to attend and share their knowledge and experiences. Thank you very much and please enjoy the seminar. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ari Purbayanto, for the remarkable speech. Moving right along, it is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Tunggul Butar-Butar, Principal Advisor GIFS, to deliver his speech for our seminar today. Mr. Tunggul Butar-Butar, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Woro Kusmariani. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Honorable Professor Adri Paton, Director of University of Borneo Tarakan, Professor Ari Purbayanto as the Chairman of the APA. It is really an honor to share this opening speech with both of you. And also the Honorable, the Chair Lady of LPPM, Dr. Eti, Professor Abdul Jabbar. I don't know, I haven't seen him, but commonly he will be around. So I think he's with us also right now. The organizer of this series of webinar under the leadership of Pak Ratno and colleagues and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to speak and welcoming all of us again in this very important series of biodiversity of Kalimantan, North Kalimantan in particular. That today we are already in our third series of webinar, and we will be talking about the very important issues on the local wisdom role and biodiversity conversation. Thank you very much to Professor Ari, who already comprehensively talked to us before about the context and how important is the local wisdom to the biodiversity and vice versa. So in our first and second series of the webinar, we have discussed how rich is our biodiversity, both for terrestrial and aquatic. And in this third series, we will further dive deep to the issue of the interrelation of biodiversity and the community. It is not only how the community perceive or benefited, utilize the rich biodiversity we have, but also on how community protect or preserve the biodiversity, the interlink among them. Lots of studies actually shows how the very close relation of community to the preservation of the biodiversity. However, we must also admit that due to the economic development pressure, the population, most of the time this local wisdom under a very serious challenges. I think we will also discuss it today, thanks to all the speakers who will enlighten us with this issue for today. And it is therefore important to understand better and to find, let's say, how community continue with this biodiversity preservation in the future, also to have a economic benefit out of it. So today's topic on the local wisdom and its role in preserving biodiversity is important to be addressed, also to the fact that the local community is highly dependent on their forest resources when we are talking about the forest, but also when we are talking about the aquatic, let's say the mangrove, the peatland area in North Kalimantan, we fully understand there is a very close interdependency between the community and the forest resource and the aquatic resources. And this today talks actually brings me back to a few years back then when GIZ worked in Malinau, especially in Setulang village, where we conducted a series of studies in inventory of forest resources in the Tanah Olen. I'm very glad to have our colleagues Andreas Menz and as a speaker for today. He was actually heavily involved in, let's say, in our activities before in Setulang, Tanah Olen. And I think he will bring some, let's say, knowledge about how the Setulang villagers, for example, maintain their forest and of course then their biodiversity. And how, for example, the community applied customary rules to maintain the harmonization with human needs, with the nature. It showed actually how important the diversity within their forests to support their daily life. Yeah, I think this is the main issue. We learned that the community groups wisely regulate the utilization of forest resources by preserving some part of their forests for community benefit. I think Dr. Andreas later on will talk more about this to us. Of course, these long-term local acts will also contribute or bring some significant impact globally. The value of biodiversity to the society includes the daily use of natural resources, dependence of biological variety, desire to sustain nature into the future, but also cultural and intrinsic significance of organism and ecosystem. Biodiversity is likely to be highly prized for its contribution to the daily needs, with specific knowledge and perception relevant to different user groups, for example, by the farmer, by the hunters, by the herbalists, and so on. But the general importance that the biodiversity dependent communities attach to the use of the biodiversity does not mean that they are intensive to the non-use values as well. Indigenous and local traditional knowledge of place-based biodiversity is also perhaps the oldest scientific tradition on Earth. Yeah. So the traditional ecological knowledge is commonly come in the very essential wisdom, knowledge, and information learned through a common experience, passed through from the generation to generation, and used in the decision making at the village level or at the community level, including in the planning and the management of biodiversity, among other critical and beneficial resources to life in subsistent communities. But then the loss of traditional knowledge is a major threat. It's a major concern to the biodiversity preservation. If there is no traditional knowledge anymore, there will be no knowledge to pass from generation to generation. We are also have a concern about whether this preservation of biodiversity by the community will continue. Let's say our work in peat and mangrove area, especially for GIZ Pro-peat, where the diversity in the species level considerably low due to the extreme environment, but very, let's say, genetically diverse. Yeah, we support the biodiversity assessment with the university colleagues, together with the University of Borneo Tarakan, also University of Kaltara and Mula Warman University, as part of improvement of peat and mangrove management governance in North Kalimantan. So I think this webinar today is also part of this, let's say, the entire effort from the GIZ. The ethnobotanic studies show that the local community utilize the floral diversity for medicinal plant, construction, and firewood. However, there is a lack of transfer knowledge from generation to the generation. This is as a effect that we are facing also right now. Yeah. So we are very honored to have all speakers with us, reflecting from speaker academic background. I'm really happy. I think today we will have a very complete perspective, not only about the richness of our biodiversity, the local wisdom, but also the future of our biodiversity, both in terms of ecological conservation as well as economic development. Yeah, it is great to see my colleagues Andreas Menz taking part of this webinar. As I mentioned before, he's been staying for some years in Malinaw and working quite a lot with identifying the biodiversity of Tanah Ulen in Setulang. Also good to see, I see that the Professor Agung Sarjono is also back to the seminar. I mean, for the last few years, due to his position as a vice rector, it is really a little bit hard to find him in such talk, because he's, of course, as a vice rector, he's very busy. But I understood very well that this topic as an agroforestry is his very topics. Also having colleagues from University of Mula Warman, Pak Rustam, Pak Rahmat Suba, and then also to have Pak Asbar Laga, hopefully will enlighten us on the potential future of our biodiversity, also in the light of bioeconomy and technology. So we expect that we will also discuss a little bit towards that issue later on. It's also good to have the Christina Egenter as a speaker. I think she's very well known for her working in Kalimantan. I hope she will also enlighten us with a lot of information about our biodiversity. At last, it is an honor for us in GIZ Profit to participate in this in our effort to preserve our biodiversity through a series of studies and publications. Thank you very much for UBT to take lead on this, to Pak Ratno and colleagues in the University of Borneo Tarakan, of course to Ibu Eti and also Pak Adripaton as a rector of University of Borneo in Tarakan. Again, I want to congratulate us, in particular UBT, for the series of webinar. We wish we will have a kind of, let's say, a very vibrant discussion later on that contribute to our effort to preserve our biodiversity for the benefit of the people of not only North Kalimantan, but also globally. Thank you very much and have a successful webinar. Back to you, Ibu Woro.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tunggul Butar-Butar, for a meaningful speech. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Adi Sutrisno MP, Vice Rector of Universitas Borneo Tarakan, and officially open our international seminar, Indigenous Knowledge for Biodiversity Conservation, Experiences from North Kalimantan, Indonesia, 25 October 2021.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable all seminar participants, biodiversity is all life on this earth, both plant, animal, microorganism, and the variety of genetic material they contain, and the diversity of the ecological system in which they live. These include the relative abundance and genetic diversity of organisms from all habitats, whether on land, sea, or other aquatic system. High biodiversity in an area is considered to have many benefits for the environment and life. These benefits include environmental, social, economic, and natural resources. Biodiversity plays an important role in providing use with food, water, shelter, clean air, medicine, and the other. In connection with the North Kalimantan Biodiversity Update activity, we from the University of Borneo Tarakan, in collaboration with the IZ Profit and the Indonesian Professional Association, held an international seminar. The University of Borneo Tarakan is expected to be able to contribute ideas on indigenous knowledge and policy framework for biodiversity conservation in Indonesia, especially in North Kalimantan. By saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the international seminar series started with the topic Indigenous Knowledge for Biodiversity Conservation Experience from North Kalimantan and series 4 with the topic Legal and Policy Framework for Biodiversity Conservation in Indonesia, I open it. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today we are going to have two sessions keynote speakers. Three keynote speakers for the first session. First, Rustam Eshut MP. Second, Dr. Rahmat Budi Wijaya Suba Eshut MSc. Third, Dr. Asbar Laga ST MSI. And three keynote speakers for the second session. First, Prof. Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Second, Christina Ikenter. And third, Dr. Andreas Mensch. For each session keynote speakers, there will be question and answer session for 20 minutes. A moderator for our seminar today is Dr. Arifin SPD MPD. He is a senior lecturer at English Education Department, Universitas Borneo Tarakan. He was born on June 20, 1978 in Makassar. He graduated S1 from UMM Malang, S2 from UM Malang, and S3 from UNM Makassar. He joined Sandwich Program at Northern Illinois University, Chicago, USA, and now he is the head of English Education Department and the chair of Faculty Senate at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Pak Dr. Arifin, please.
Halo.
Yes.
Halo, Dr. Woro.
Yes, we.
Okay.
hear
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Bu Dr. Woro, as a master ceremony today. I would like to start in this international seminar with Indonesian pantones because this is one of Indonesian heritage beside biodiversity that we will discuss today. Berkirim surat bertanya kabar ke Pulau Seribu naik sampan. Di kampus Borneo ini kita belajar demi membangun masa depan. Sirih berlipat, sirih pinang, sirih dari Pulau Mutiara. Pemanis kata, selamat datang, awal bismillah, pembuka bicara. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon us. Good morning, everyone, from Borneo University, to all the speakers and participants. First of all, please allow me express my appreciation to thanks our Lord Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His blessing best time to meet here. Professor Dr. Adri Paton, MSc, Rector of Borneo University, for supporting our academic activities today. Professor Ari Purbayanto, as the chairman of the Association of Indonesian Professor, thank you for support. And Tunggul Butar as a principal advisor, GZ. And the last one is steering committee, Dr. Eti Wahim. Thank you. Welcome to the third and fourth international seminar entitled Indigenous Knowledge for Biodiversity Conservation, Experience from North Kalimantan. I am Dr. Arifin as a moderator. Welcome to all the speakers. First session, and we have first session and second session. First session, Rustam's PhD, Unmul. How are you, sirs?
I'm fine.
Okay, good. Thank you for joining. Dr. Rahmat Budi Wijaya Subah, Ashut MSc from Mulawarman University. Welcome, sir.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Asbar Laga STMSc, one of the scholars from Brunei University. Good morning, Pak Dr. Asbar Laga. Okay, for the second session, we have a special speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono from Mulawarman University. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Morning.
Everyone. Yeah.
Thank you. And Christina Egeter, PhD from WWF. Good morning, ma'am. And then the last speaker is Andreas Mensch, PhD from GZ, Germany. Good morning, sir.
Morning. I hope everybody can hear me now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining in International Summit today. I hope we can share beneficial information and fruitfully discuss related to the main topic today. For the first sessions, I would like to invite our first speaker in the first session, Pak Rustam Ashut, PhD, entitled Diversity of Mammal and Bird and Mentarang Rivers and Sustainable Use by Indigenous Peoples. I would like to read first his bio profile. Rustam Ashut, MB, PhD. He got his PhD from Graduate School of Agricultural and Life Science, the University of Tokyo, Japan. And then now he is a lecturer of Faculty of Forestry, Mulawarman University, Samarinda, and Wildlife Ecology and Biodiversity. His competence, biodiversity research monitoring, animal behaviors, habitat modeling, forest biodiversity conservation, wildlife ecology, species distribution modeling, reforestation, mammal ecology, and also environmental impact assessment and strategy environmental assessment. And current project, now National Planning and Development Agency, Bappenas, Republic of Indonesia, and expert and technical support to strategic environmental assessment for new capital of Indonesia. Research and publication, other international publication with more than 19,500 authors. That's awesome. And then 200 total citation. It's a wonderful thing. We will understand many things about birds and mammal and the role of society in using them for their welfare. Pak Rustam is the appropriate person to discuss this issue. I would like to invite all participants also to actively ask questions and discuss directly with him later. We cannot wait to hear his presentation regarding the issue, the diversity of mammal and bird in Mentarang rivers and sustainable use by indigenous peoples. Pak Rustam, is your stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this seminar. So I try to share my PowerPoint.
Is that right?
Okay. You can show my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Okay.
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 Okay, your stage.
So this morning I tried to presenting the my obtain the diversity of mammal and birds in the Mentarang watershed in Malinau district and sustainable use by indigenous people. So this study start from February in this year for only 6 months, but we just 15 days, 20 days in the field. So this study is like a rapid survey, something like that. And actually, this report is not finished yet. So I just try to show you that our obtain from this area. So the background of this study is the Malinaw has declared as the district of the conservation, and because of on this area is the largest of the conservation area in Borneo. I think that the Kalimantan National Park is very large, and also the heart of Borneo is very large in Malinaw, and also forested area in Malinaw is more than 75% of the administration area. And there are many local practices and initiatives for the protection of forests. Like Pak Tunggu said, there's many for the practices initiative to protect and forest. And local people are very dependent on the forest condition for rice field, hunting, timber and non-timber forest product, medicine, and so on. And also there is high development spirit to improving land accessibility, like road development, also agriculture plantation for sawit plantations, and also mining, and also energy, hydropower energy also will be developed in the Mentarang River. This is very important issue right now, because the hydropower will be support for the new capital of Indonesia in East Kalimantan. And also there's not much research in Malinaw due to high costs and difficult of access. Even though many wildlife information has not been revealed yet in this area. So maybe in the Malinaw, another district, another area is there WWF for the monitoring and other research. But in this area, especially in the Mentarang River, it's not research yet. So the aim of this research was to find out the diversity of mammal and bird species and the sustainable use by indigenous people. So actually, this is one of project from the Dinas Lingkungan Hidup Malinaw, that not only for the mammal and bird, but also there are fish and vegetation and other subject. So the methodology, this study was carried out in the Mentarang Watershed Malinaw, started from February 2001 for the 5 months, and rapid survey by direct and indirect methods was carried out in the 3 2-kilometer line transect that set perpendicular of Mentarang River. And also we carried out the 15 camera track for all of line transect to identify terrestrial mammals in 5 months. Also, we set 60 meter mist net for birds per line transect on 5 days, and move to if there is no additional species. Mist net has a check every 2 hours, and the mist net is set in the ground of the or under of canopy. We also conducted interview to find out the local people use of wildlife. So this area is occasion of our study. So we used mobilization by Mentarang River. So this is the Mentarang River. So the Mentarang rivers that we study area is more than 50 kilometers. So this area is one of village here. The village is Seboyo, and one village here is Longbrang. So between this area, there's no sample point to make the line transect for direct and indirect observations. So this is a point A here, B, and C. So this location is primary forest dominated by the Drybalaena lanceolata from the Dipterocarpaceae families. Also Pinnatum, Porcidoriandron pinnatum from the Anacardiaceae family, and Meristica. And this area is a very good forest. But the slope is very steep, steep and very steep, more than 25%. Some areas, actually in the near Seboyo and near village, Longbrang village, there are used by local people for paddy field, some area. But the domination of this area is primary forest. So if we make the illustration of our methodology, so this is area from the Longbrang, under the Longbrang. So we make 2 kilometer transect to land terrestrial area from the river. So this is very slope, yeah, very, and we set the every transect we set the 5 camera by the 300 meters between camera for 5 months, and also we set the mist nets in every transects, and also we did the direct and indirect survey by a camera, binoculars, voice recorder, something like that. So yeah, it's very difficult actually for this survey. We use personal camera trap with built-in infrared motion sensor and automatic watch timers. So this is very important, and it can work for 24 hours a day during 5 months. And 5 camera traps were set in each side in a line transect design, 300-meter intervals. Its camera trap was fixed on the tree stem at the height of 1 or 1.2 meter with an angle of deviation. Operated for 5 months. Total to the effort during the session was calculated as the sum of the operation days from the onset until the last image was captured by each camera. So this one is we call the camera days. So also we use the mean trapping rate for 100 camera days for analyze the frequency of the mammal will be captured by camera. And also we refer to the IUCN red list to threatened species for the nomenclature of vertebrate and their status. So this is the result. Under the 5 month, we set the camera and the direct and indirect observation. We got the 39 species of mammals. So this is the high frequency actually for the 5 months survey by camera trap and 15 days direct observation. So there were high conservation status of specialists. There are critical endangered species, and vulnerable species, and also there are some species is protected by Indonesian law. Then from camera trap we obtained 500 photos into 1,000 camera a day, and at least 19 species got from the camera. The total 39 species. Then the total trap or mean trapping rate is 312.8 per 100 camera, with the 12 species dominant, such as Vipera tangalunga, Sus barbatus, Tragulus, Kancil, and so on. Yeah, and also the forum camera trap, we also obtain arboreal species, Presbyteris hose, event containing elephant individual in one photo. It is very interesting because we rare get the arboreal space, get the photo trap for the arboreal species. So some species we got from the mistnet. Yeah, this is a bed. Yeah, we got from the mistnet. That with mistnet is also we use for the bird. Yeah, and also some species is very important and depend on like two species here is very depend on the forest, primary forest, and also species of the wild cat, like Caenofelis diardi, Biodiversity mormorata, and Taurus bengalensis is very depend on the primary forest. This is our photograph with obtained of the on this area. This is from camera trap. Yeah, Presbyteris hose. Also, this is from camera trap, and this is from camera trap. Another one is we got direct photograph. There is Medaeus japanensis, Vanis japanica, and Tarsius gonsanus. So this is very important species. This is a pygmy axilis, yeah, the small mammal, and endemic of Kalimantan, endemic of Borneo. And the other one is a very important species because depending on the forest, primary forest. This is result for the bird species. For the 15 days field survey, we got 128 species of bird. And some of the species is critical, endangered, and vulnerable species, and protected by Indonesian law. And there are some species is very highly dependent on primary forest, like hornbill. Yeah, we got the 5 hornbill, and also great argus, brown-tailed pisan, peacock pisan. This is endemic of Borneo, and also Garnetica, and species of kingfisher and ticus. So all of these species is very depending on the primary forest. Also from mistnet, we obtain 29 species. This species is direct and indirect. So we totally got obtained 128 species, but also we got from the mistnet, we got 29 species of under canopy bird. Yeah, and some of the species is very rare and difficult to identification by other methodology. So because no seen and very difficult to hurt. Yeah. And from the camera trap, we also obtain 3 species. There are Vita granatina, Locura, and Treron. Actually, the species accumulation curve is not saturated yet. They're only in 15 days. So there are chance of the increasing the number of species is high. Actually. So if we use more days, maybe we got more than this species. And the tropic group, that classification of bird dominated by arboreal forest living insectivore. So this one is the graphic of the diet classification. So the meaning of the arboreal forest living insectivore is a very important thing, that the forest is supply the diet by to the bird. So if the forest area is clear, so the diet classification is not like this. Yeah. So why the forest is very important. This is our direct observation by camera. So we use DSLR camera to get many picture of the birds. We got the 5 species of hornbill, and four we got the photographs like this. So this is Buceros rhinoceros, Berinosornis comatus. So it's very rare actually in the Borneo. This one is common, but this one is rare species. This is another hornbill we got from the location Mentarang water seeds. There are Anthoceros malayanus, Aceros undulatus. So we got 4 photograph from the 5 hornbill we got in the Mentarang River. This is raptors. That's also important species in this area. So because if this is existing in this area, also there are small mammal, small bird also exist in here. We got 3 species of the raptors, 2 of 3 species in this field. Yeah. Splornis canabulensis is actually is very common in the Kinabalu Mountains, but here we got it in this area. This is a species, important species we got from the mistnet under canopy birds, and all of these species is very depending on the camera and primary forest. And the center of this spring, Isedula narcissina, is migrant species. Yeah, actually this species from the north of the Borneo, and also Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, something like that, and sometimes come to this area as a migrant species. And also there are many species under canopy species we got from mistnet. This is the pictures of the species under a canopy we got from the mistnet. So all of these species is very on the forest condition. How about the wildlife sustainable use by indigenous people? So in this area, so this all of this point is Mentarang context. So we just make the information for based on the Lundaye and Punan tribes. Yeah, in the Mentarang water seats.
Pak Rostam?
Yes.
Okay, 5 minutes remind.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we'll discuss it.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
This is my last.
Okay.
Please, my last.
Go ahead.
Yes. So the commonly all animal hunted by the main target is the bearded pigs. So all of the animal is hunted in this area, actually. And the bearded pig is one of the most important sources of animal protein in this part of Borneo. So the target of the hunting is very thick actually, but all of the species that they want to get in the forest will be hunted. Yeah, and actually in this area for the Lundaya and Punan tribes, hunting is not for trade, but for our own use, yeah, or subsistence. There's afforded animal for hunting because it's not for their own consumption or some custom or something like that. So some species is not hunting, some, yeah, maybe 1 or 2 species, something like that. But hunting techniques is commonly used by the gun, yeah, like this, yeah. I think it's a common in the north of Kalimantan that use gun. They call gun is I forget the name of the guns, but the gun is like this, yeah. And all the people, all the men in the north of Kalimantan now using the guns. Animal usually used for meat, medicine, and decoration. And some of them make a use make a knowledge of the use and protection of wildlife, but it's not specifically regulated by the custom. Some regulated, but another one is not regulated by the custom. But also some provided by the law of district regulation, yeah, perda, peraturan daerah, yeah? Like hornbill is not for hunting, for hornbill. And regulation for hunting depend on custom or ulayat area, yeah. So not for the species, not for the one special species, but based on the area. So if this my area, you cannot come to hunting in my area. You go out, something like that. So I think it's very strict in the north of the Kalimantan, yeah. And wildlife sustainable use is not by design actually of this context, yeah, in the Mantarang River area. So wildlife sustainable use is not by design, but due to habit and another limitation. So maybe go to the forest is very difficult. If you have the boat, you can go. If not, if you don't have the boat, you cannot go. So that one is a limitation. So wildlife sustainable use is not designed, but due to habit and under limitation. And some of the species is successful in domestication. Yeah, there are the pig is in the village is many bedded pig successful in domestication. Okay, this is my last presentation. Thank you. Back to moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dr. Rustam, for your presentation. I think this presentation is interesting issue, and we'll discuss later in discussion and session. I would like to invite Pak Dr. Rahmat Budi Wijaya Suba, Asud MSc. How is sir? Pak Dr. Rahmat?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I'm
first, before you come to the presentation, I would like to read bio profile first. Current job, Pak Dr. Rahmat as a lecturer at Mulawarman University, Samarinda, and field of the expertise specialized on tropical large mammal ecology and vertebrate survey technique, and PhD in the field of conservation biology, Institute of Environment and Science, University of Leiden or Netherlands. That's awesome. And then publications, current publication, Suba RB, which other author 2020, food preference of Bornean elephant maximus borneensis in the North Kalimantan province in Indonesia. And now we hope that his presentation will provide a new perspective regarding to the issues. We can also use it for our research and publications for our community letters. Pak Dr. Rahmat Budi Wijaya Subha, is your stage.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning for all.
Morning.
So I would like to share my.
We have only 20 minutes first.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can you see my presentation?
Okay. Is it clear?
Yep, my today's presentation is about can indigenous knowledge still be relevant for wildlife conservation in a changing world? It's sort of metaphorical ways to say, but I want to represent the change in economic sense. So I would like to describe my title in two cases. First case study is Bornean elephant in Tulen Onsoy sub-district, Nunukan district. And the second case is river dolphin in Sesayap River, Tanah Tidung district. So as we know that the study and use of traditional knowledge is widely considered an important component of biodiversity assessment and conservation in mostly tropical area. And we, as a researcher, is helped a lot with the wildlife knowledge. So it is because local people have a long history of interaction with the particular target, and this is through the really valuable knowledge about the local flora and fauna. And they do have a way to describe it. That knowledge that possess and their habitat they use, and usually is well defined with the specific language and with descriptive term for even subtle differences. Yeah? And this is really the valuable for research and conservation. And when we link the knowledge and the attitudes, this is really interlinked. So knowledge about wildlife and conservation can be significant influence on people's attitudes toward wildlife, and ultimately they can support our conservation effort. What we concern is what happens if indigenous people introduced by more easily earned income scheme, and somehow in that situation, they are forced and moved by outnumbered migrants. And sometimes this situation could pass across and even can influence local people's perception and attitudes toward the conservation and related wildlife. And I would like to bring the question in this in our forum: how much further could that be? So, in what ways the change in economic sense can influence their attitudes toward wildlife conservation? First, we look at the first case study that I want to present is about this situation surrounding Bornean elephant conservation in Nunukan district. So this is really very condensed version of the research actually. So I want to bring the theme that really related to our discussion today. So the study were conducted in 10 villages. Yeah, maybe you all know in North Kalimantan, and the indigenous Agamak Dayak community are dominant in the study area. That's we want to highlight the way they treat the nature surrounding. So this is the fact that we found about the traditional belief that Agabak community possess. So they said that elephants have played an important role in cultural heritage and local tradition, and in local stories, they said that elephant would lead someone lost in the forest and can back to their homes. And they also said that, yeah, of course, elephants are said to be God's creation and regarded as the guardians of humans. And they even have a name for it. So they call it Yaki for male and Yadu for female. This is really sort of a sign of respect for elephant. And even attempts to observe elephant in the wild are considered to be disrespectful. So when we did the research in the forest, we have to clear our mind. We don't think about the elephant. So if you think about that things, you cannot find them in the forest. That's somehow that's true. And what kind of change happened in that area? So Tulen Onsoi is one of the main target of the provincial palm plantation program. And in 2002, there are 2 main estates in the area, around 20,000 hectare and 7,000 blah blah blah. And between 2002 to 2005, so we call a nucleus estate and smallholder has been introduced. We call in Bahasa plasma. It's a partnership. Smallholders get together and make the larger concession, and that happened in that time. Land use change happened, and of course that's about or caused by expansion of oil palm, and it triggered human-elephant conflict. So we can describe in land use change from 2001 to 2014. So we can see that oil palm is growing with the yellow color. So this is the change that I meant in this presentation. So here is the response. So we play a little bit with the question and answer, okay? And then all the questions relate to whether elephants and humans can live together in harmony or coexistence. And this is the response: yes, no, or don't know. That's really simple. So they said that the response, 79% or 7% say that oil palm expansion is the main cause of human-elephant conflict. But 21% mentioned that logging operation in the past as a cause of human-elephant conflict, because they claim that the logging operation destroys natural lakes that one of resource of elephant for get the minerals. And as I mentioned in table, that 43.2% the respondent expressed an outright negative attitude. So with the lost crop is the main motivation for this negative attitude. So we have to be concerned about this situation. So I also play a little bit with the logistic regression analysis. Try to make the answer more analytical. So we take a look with the statement that I highlight in a red line. So it's true that the response that elephant and human can live together is really influenced by prior elephant crop damage. That means I would say that the more they suffer, the less they care. So this is a really true situation, and we're not very skeptical with this situation, because even so, we know that they really have local customs or rights in that matter. So we also try to see we want to see if they have knowledge, a certain knowledge about the elephant in local custom. And we see that the local community there, Dayak Agabak, is really have a different knowledge about the elephant comparing to the other community, to other migrants. And also they know that elephants are protected by Indonesian law. Yeah. So it's also relate what they believe with the current regulation. So this is actually a positive side of the situation that we face in the study area. So 32.4% respondent believe humans can live in harmony, but only under certain conditions. So that's a note. And 43.2% believe coexistence is difficult because elephant rate crops. And as I mentioned before, that affirmative answer to our question regarding coexistence is really influenced by crop damage. Like I said, that the more they suffer on crop rates, the more the less they care about the coexistence. And the odds of affirmative answers to whether elephants and humans can live together in harmony were 2.53 times higher for people whose fields were not damaged. Means that, of course, they still have a traditional belief, only if they what they have doesn't disturb by the elephants. So. Now this is also interesting, because 73.8% respondent answer yes to the question whether the elephants are protected by local customs. And we can say that the local community there, Dayak Agabak, are significantly more knowledgeable on elephant protection and national legislation. So this is also the positive side. But yeah, sad but true. Yeah. Although the majority of respondents are supportive of elephant conservation, they claim there is currently not directly benefiting to them, because they also mentioned that elephants are giving us hard time nowadays, and the government should be tackle the problems. Yeah? If governments wants to elephants still exist, they should implement measure to prevent crop raiding that attack their oil palm. So we can see the change between 2001 and 2014. Yeah? This is 5 times growing of oil palm. Yeah? And of course, this leading to elephant crop raiding, and human-elephant conflict becomes significant problem. And we worried that it lowered the attitudes toward elephants and become negative. So despite the rooted respect for elephant throughout their history. So negative perception really mainly caused by crop damage, and attitudes toward wildlife may be influenced by past and present interaction. So they really supportive of elephant conservation, but they worry about the cost associated with damage by elephant. So in that situation, effective mitigation measures is required. And if we want to have a local support, so we have to solve the problem in the root. So, because when they more negative, and the fear could turn into frustration. So in that sense, traditional belief and local knowledge value will then no longer protect the elephants. Although the conflict have not yet led to cases of retaliation, so they just let the elephants go away when they see and then disturb the oil palm, and then what we say, they don't want to kill them, so just pass, and then but it really affect their attitude actually. So effort to save the elephant and its habitat in the future depend on the local support. So in this matter, fostering cultural values could help support elephant conservation. So education as a tool in the prevention of hedge could assist local mitigation. So we can start reinvigorating the local traditional knowledge and perception on elephant, at least serve as a basis to reinstate a sense of common responsibility for protection of elephants. And we will see the second case study in river dolphin in Sesayap River. So this is some facts we found that people living along the Sesayap River have known the dolphin presence for a long time ago. They even named the species by lamut. This also means dolphin in the Tidung language. And we also ask around, and the fact that the river dolphin in the Sesayap River has been seen before the 60s, yeah, quite frequently along Sesayap River to the capital of Tanah Tidung. Between 2000 to 2009, they even seen in Malinau River. So some respondents also mentioned that they can reach harbor of Malinau. Yeah. You can see from the report of a community, they see in there, they see out there. So actually, we can describe the change that happened in the species of particular the habitat of the particular species. And respondents are convinced that river dolphin population in Sesayap River remains stable. Actually, this is also the things that we have to note for the future effort, for future conservation effort. And here's some picture from the field. Yeah, we caught the river dolphin in Sesayap River through drone. We can see the 3 individual show up in the surface. Here the presence point, yeah, present coordinates. Yeah, you can see in the Sesayap River through the delta of Sesayap in Mandul Island. So here we see the opportunity for conservation through local wisdom. So the opportunity for river dolphin protection through community participation is most likely because the local community knows. Yeah, this is the knowledge is really important. So besides that, there is an unwritten rule among local people regarding river dolphin protection in Sesayap River. So they said that Lamut has been sacred in the Tidung community who live along the Sesayap River from generation to generation. Yeah. So we respect it, and we believe that this local wisdom in community, in local community, is one of our resource, our model to protect river dolphins and let them coexist with humans. So we also anticipate some future change. First, the disturbances on river dolphin existence in the Sesayap River actually come from river transportation, the change of river water quality caused by river pollution, yeah, called in the fisherman's net, not to mention natural death and food resource shortage. So habitat loss and degradation were presumed to be the biggest threat to river dolphin existence in the Sesayap River to the Mandul Island Delta, which probably caused by coal mining, yeah, sedimentation, and chemical pollution from large-scale oil estates. Yeah, we did some preliminary research, yeah, on quality parameters when Sesayap River got polluted by the coal mining, which the broken dam in the early this year. Yeah, so we see some water quality parameters tend to rise in negative fashion. Yeah. TDS, yeah, total dissolved solids, total suspended solid, and sulfate and sulfite. This is tend to raise in a negative ways. So research is still going on, yeah, to document land use and land cover change surrounding Sesayap tributary. Yeah, this is some reference I used. Yeah. Thank you very much for your attention. I get back to the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Dr. Rahmat Wijaya Subah, for your awesome presentations. And we will discuss your topic later in question and answer session. I think there is many topics that we can discuss later. The opportunity conservation for local wisdom. And I'm really happy to hear your research finding that 78.8% respondent understanding that elephants are protected by animals, a protected animal by local and wisdom right. But unfortunately, educated people kill the elephants. I think this topic we can discuss together later. Thank you, Pak Dr. Rahmat Budi Wijaya Subah. Now we are going to the last speaker in the first session, Dr. Asbar Laga, ST MSc. Halo, Pak Dr. Asbar.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh. Dr. Akbar, before you present your article entitled Managements of Bombay Dutch as Indigenous Species in the Kaltara Waters, I would like to read first your bio profile. Okay, Dr. Asbar Laga got a PhD from IPB Bogor, Aquatic Resource Management, Field of Expertise, Fishery Resource Management. Current job as a lecturer of Fishery and Marine Faculty of the University Tarakan, expert on commission on the PRD Kaltara, and publications also, identification and inventory of fish in Sesayap Rivers Kaltara. As an expert in fishery management, Pak Asbar will share a lot of knowledge today with us about management of Bombay Dutch as indigenous species in Kaltara waters. I hope we can take beneficial information from his presentation. Okay, Pak Dr. Asbar Laga, is your stage.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Arifin, who has given me a good chance to present my topic today. So, before I start to my presentation, I will to say I'm sorry because my English not good, so maybe in my present, I will mix in Indonesia language. Sorry, audience. Okay, the first, I will present the topics today, the management of Bombay duck, Harpadan neherus, as an indigenous species in North Kalimantan waters. Next. Background to the management of the Bombay duck needs, I think tidak terlepas dari the potential of Bombay ducks in the North Kalimantan water. One of the main catch results of important economic value, and the second, the Bombay ducks as a leading products of Tarakan City. Then the third, Bombay ducks as a trademark of Tarakan. Ikan Bombay ducks kalau di dalam bahasa istilah lokalnya itu dikenal dengan istilah ikan nomei atau ikan pepija. Tentunya ini merupakan ikan dengan ekonomis penting dan kemudian tidak banyak ditemukan di perairan-perairan yang ada di Indonesia yang diolah begitu, sehingga ini menjadi atau will be the trademark of Tarakan, because jika ada yang berkunjung ke Tarakan, biasanya oleh-oleh dari Tarakan itu adalah dalam bentuk kerupuk ikan nome ini yang sudah diolah dalam bentuk kerupuk dan sebagainya. This is the potential of Bombay ducks, dan kemudian juga menjadi salah satu spesies indigenous di perairan Kalimantan Utara, walaupun bukan sebagai ikan endemik, sebab lebih dulu ditemukan di perairan Teluk Benggala di India, sehingga lebih dikenal dengan istilah Bombay duck, dan kemudian juga banyak ditemukan di perairan-perairan Indonesia seperti di pantai timur Sumatera dan kemudian di sekitar Laut Arafura dan sebagainya. Tetapi proses yang diolah dan kemudian menjadi bahan oleh-oleh kalau ke Kalimantan Utara, utamanya ke Tarakan, itu adalah di Kalimantan Utara ini dalam bentuk produk-produk olahan seperti itu. Nah, di dalam proses pengelolaannya ternyata bahwa ditemukan beberapa problem di dalam pengelolaan sumber daya ikan nome ini atau Bombay duck ini. Yang pertama tentunya bahwa di perairan itu terdapat multispesies, bahwa keanekaragamannya yang tinggi, kemudian menuntut penggunaan berbagai jenis alat tangkap, sehingga multispesies maka kemudian juga dia bersifat multigear. Nah, penggunaan alat tangkap yang beragam ini mengakibatkan hasil tangkapan yang tertangkap itu menjadi tidak selektif, atau dalam artian unselective fishing gear. Hal ini tentunya diakibatkan oleh proses penangkapan ikan atau daerah-daerah penangkapan ikan pada beberapa alat tangkap ini adalah pada habitat-habitat khusus dari ikan-ikan tersebut. Salah satunya adalah yang menjadi daerah atau fishing catch in the Bombay ducks itu dia berada pada daerah spawning dan nursery ground. Nah, kemudian 2 hari yang lalu saya mencoba kemudian mengambil sampel kembali di daerah estuari, Muara Sesayap dan Sembakung, di mana alat tangkap yang digunakan itu adalah tugu dan kemudian juga bukan hela atau troll. Ternyata bahwa hasil-hasil yang didapatkan itu sekitar 80% itu adalah yang masih bersifat juwana, makan masih bersifat anakan yang panjang totalnya itu kurang dari 10 cm. 8 sampai dengan 12 cm. Nah, ini masih sangat jauh dari ukuran pertama kali dari ikan-ikan Bombay duck ini. Ikan Bombay duck ini. Sehingga di dalam proses penelitian yang kami lakukan, dibandingkan dengan studi literatur yang dilakukan, di mana kalau di tahun 2015 itu ukuran pertama kali matang gonat pada ikan pepija atau ikan nome ini adalah berada pada ukuran 20,20 cm. Kemudian kalau misalnya kita melihat ke data Fishbase, ternyata bahwa dia ukuran pertama kali matang gonatnya itu berada pada ukuran 27 cm. Artinya bahwa ini menjadi salah satu indikator biologi bahwa ikan nome ini yang menjadi spesies asli di perairan Kalimantan Utara ini itu mengalami gejala overfishing dari indikator biologi yang bisa dibaca. Kemudian dari proses hasil perhitungan terhadap tingkat eksploitasi pada tahun 2015 itu sudah berada pada angka 0,8, berarti bahwa pada tingkat moderat. Tapi dari aspek biologinya itu ada indikasi dia menuju kepada indikator overfishing. Nah, ini distribusi ukuran dari Bombay duck yang tertangkap di Kalimantan Utara, di mana ukuran-ukuran yang utamanya atau umumnya itu adalah pada masuk ke kategori juwana, di mana sebagian besarnya itu lebih kecil dari ukuran pertama kali matang gonat. Dan kemudian saya bandingkan dengan 2 hari yang lalu saya turun ke lapangan, ternyata bahwa ukuran yang ada itu tambah kecil, gitu. Masih berwarna putih dan seterusnya. Nah, this is the fishing ground of Bombay ducks in the North Kalimantan water, di mana yang diberikan tanda itu adalah fishing ground dari Pukat Hela yang ada dan beroperasi di perairan Kalimantan Utara, walaupun bahwa di sepanjang daerah aliran sungai atau di muara Sungai Sesayap tadi, kemudian juga di muara Sungai Sumbakung yang berada di pinggiran-pinggiran pantai pulau-pulau yang ada, mulai dari Pulau Mangkudulis, kemudian di Tanah Merah dan sebagainya, ternyata bahwa juga banyak beroperasi alat tangkap kelong atau setnet, dan kemudian di perairan agak ke dalamnya yang lepas dari pantainya juga banyak beroperasi tugu yang ada. Nah, alat tangkap tugu ini karena dia proses pemasangannya itu di daerah estuari, sehingga ikan-ikan hasil tangkapannya yang ada tadi itu didominasi dari ikan-ikan juwana. Nah, tentunya bahwa ini tidak bisa sepenuhnya disalahkan karena memang target utamanya di situ adalah udang putih yang memang ukurannya itu relatif kecil. Tetapi karena ini menjadi daerah-daerah nursery ground bagi berbagai jenis ikan-ikan ekonomis penting, sehingga yang menargetkan udang tadi kemudian banyak tertangkap dari jenis-jenis ikan yang lain, yang menjadikan daerah atau muara Sumbakung dan Sesayap ini sebagai daerah penangkapan dan juga sekaligus sebagai daerah nursery ground, tetapi dijadikan sebagai daerah penangkapan ikan. Nah, tentunya bahwa berangkat dari permasalahan yang ada, kemudian fenomena yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat yang ada sekarang ini, walaupun bahwa telah dirintis adanya peraturan daerah dari tahun 2015 tentang perlindungan terhadap ikan nome ini atau ikan pepija ini, ternyata bahwa dia tidak serta-merta mampu menurunkan tingkat eksploitasi terhadap sumber daya ikan nome atau ikan pepija atau bombay duck ini. Nah, sehingga dari hasil studi literatur dan kemudian fenomena atau fakta yang kami temukan di lapangan, maka perlu dilakukan rekomendasi atau pengelolaan itu secara kompleks di dalam pengelolaan sumber daya ikan nome ini. Salah satunya adalah pengaturan terhadap alat tangkap yang dapat digunakan di perairan tersebut. Sebagai salah satu contohnya adalah walaupun pukat hela itu sudah dilarang dengan keluarnya pertama Peraturan Menteri Kelautan nomor 2 tahun 2015, kemudian berubah sampai Permen 73 kalau saya tidak salah tahun 2017, di mana pengoperasian pukat hela ini sudah menjadi sesuatu yang dilarang, tapi faktanya bahwa di Kalimantan Utara itu masih ada lebih 1.000 pukat hela yang masih beroperasi. Khusus untuk Tarakan sendiri ada 870 pukat hela yang masih beroperasi, walaupun aturan sudah melarang untuk beroperasinya alat tangkap pukat hela ini. Kemudian berikutnya adalah pengaturan terhadap musim-musim penangkapan. Nah, pengaturan terhadap musim penangkapan ini tentunya bisa disesuaikan dengan fase atau masa proses pemijahan yang dilakukan oleh ikan nome tadi atau bombay duck tadi, di mana dari hasil penelitian yang kami lakukan ternyata bahwa peak season atau musim puncak pemijahan pada ikan pepija ini dia berada pada bulan Desember sampai dengan bulan Januari. Nah, sehingga kalau mau mengembalikan stok tadi, dinamika stok populasinya itu kembali kepada tingkat moderat, tidak berada pada tingkatan overfishing tadi, maka harus dilakukan penutupan musim-musim pemija, musim penangkapan yang disesuaikan waktunya dengan musim penangkapan. Kemudian berikutnya adalah kalau misalnya tidak bisa dilakukan seperti itu, maka ada alternatif lain, yaitu bahwa penutupan terhadap daerah-daerah fishing ground, di mana daerah-daerah yang kemungkinan bisa ditutup ini adalah tidak semua perairan, tetapi yang terjadi pada daerah-daerah habitat khusus tadi, khususnya pada daerah nursery ground dan kemudian daerah spawning ground, khususnya pada perairan delta atau muara atau estuari dari Sungai Sesayap dan Sembakung pada beberapa alat tangkap yang size-nya masih size-nya sangat kecil. Kemudian berikutnya adalah rehabilitasi dan perlindungan terhadap kerusakan ekosistem mangrove. Dan yang terakhir tentunya bahwa ada konservasi habitat terhadap bombay duck atau ikan nome. Kenapa harus dilakukan konservasi dan kemudian rehabilitasi terhadap ekosistem yang ada di situ? Ternyata bahwa ini tidak terlepas dari food web atau jaring makanan pada ikan pepija atau ikan nome ini, di mana keberadaannya di situ, di mana pada umumnya ini dia bersifat karnivora, dan kemudian makanan utamanya itu adalah kelompok udang-udangan, dan kemudian udang ini habitat utamanya pada daerah ekosistem mangrove, sehingga pada saat kita ingin melakukan perlindungan atau konservasi terhadap ikan nome atau ikan pepija atau bombay duck ini, maka dia tidak bisa dilakukan secara sendiri, tetapi bagaimana kerangka dari jaring makanan yang terbentuk ini itu harus dilindungi. Barulah kemudian kita berpikir bagaimana melakukan konservasi terhadap ikan pepija. Oke, next. Ya, sama itu tadi dari perbedaan ekosistem yang ada, di mana ternyata bahwa memang makanan utamanya tetap dari udang, kemudian dari perbedaan waktu yang ada selama 12 bulan, ternyata memang makanan utamanya itu adalah kelompok udang, sehingga proses perlindungan atau konservasi terhadap Bombay duck ini ya memang harus tetap melindungi, mengkonservasi dari jaring makanannya atau food webnya. Barulah kemudian kita berpikir untuk melakukan konservasi terhadap ikan Bombay duck. Oke, lanjut. Oke, ini adalah komposisi TKG dari ikan pepija selama penelitian selama 12 bulan, di mana dari data yang ditemukan ternyata bahwa memang peak season atau musim puncak-puncak pemijahannya itu terjadi pada bulan Desember dan bulan Januari, sehingga jika ingin melakukan perlindungan terhadap ikan nome ini atau Bombay duck ini, khususnya pada penutupan waktu-waktu tertentu, maka bisa dilakukan pada peak seasonnya tadi yang kebetulan bertepatan dengan bulan Desember sampai Januari, sehingga harapannya stok sumber daya dari ikan pepija ini atau ikan Bombay duck ini bisa kembali seperti sedia kala, sehingga bisa tetap menjadi trademark bagi Kalimantan Utara, bisa tetap menjadi sumber penghasilan bagi masyarakat Kalimantan Utara. Saya kira itu pemaparan moderator. Terima kasih.
Dr. Aswar Laga, thank you for your presentation. I think we highlight the strong recommendation from your presentation, how to keep Bombay duck, setting the fishing gear that can use cut session setting, close fishing grounds, rehabilitation, prevention of the niche mangrove ecosystems. Anything else? I think we can discuss later in question and answer session. I think that's all the three presenters present their articles. Now we are going to question and answer sessions. I would like to invite all participants. If you have a question, you can raise your hand. You can click raise hand and then directly ask question to the speaker. While we are waiting, participants ask questions directly, I would like read some question from the participants that have sent to me. It's a question for Pak Dr. Rustam. Pak Dr. Rustam?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I read the questions. What do you think if, and these times, there are still many illegal hunter activities that will cause disturbance to the animal breeding habitat in the forest? I mean, what do you think is about how to allow the indigenous peoples to hunters in the forest, but do not break the law? You can report the question.
Yeah, the only one question.
I mean, how allow our indigenous peoples to hunter, but do not break the law?
Yes, the actually is the hunting is commonly in the Dayak people. So the rule of the hunting rule of the hunting is not made by the custom or something like that, but because there are things that the animals will be much in the forest, and the activities, hunting activities is start from the long time ago. and some species is also is not for hunting because of the, like Pak Rahman said, there are some species is it's like it's very important for these people, because in the Rahmat area they call the elephant with the nenek, or the grandmother, and some species in the others location is also same like that. In this area is like Macandahan or leopard cat is they call it's some name for the leopard cat, because there's not try to no hunting for the leopard cat. So the rule is for the hunting for the commonly in Dayak people is not specific for the protection, but if they think that this activities is not to disturb the species, let's do. So in this context, in the Montaran context, the main target is bearded pig. Then the bearded pig is very actually is the population is the trend of population is declining, but the people think this is very much so many the bearded pig in the forest. So, and also not every day to go to hunting. They have some season for the hunting, and the season is based on the population is based on the individual of the population in the forest. So it's not every day to go to the forest. So the regulation by the custom is not for the special species actually, but based on the ulayat or area, custom area. So I think, and also Pak Rahmat said, for the local people, it's not too important to make a rule for the hunting, because the hunting is they have a limitation for the hunting, and also there's some species target is not hunting. They are main target, and for the Mentarang context, they go to hunting. It's not for trading, for just for the our own use, something like that. So the regulation from the custom is not highly, it's not not important thing. So we just do national regulation is enough. It's not for the regulation from the custom.
Pak Dr. Rustam, is there any guidelines or such pedoman how to hunting in the forest until our people understands that how to be careful if you want to hunting in this forest, because there are many protected bird in the forest or mammalia bird protected.
By the national regulation, if you use the national regulation, it's enough. That is the regulation. That is a guide, yeah, the pedoman. If you use the national regulation, is enough. So because after some people catch by police that the maybe 5 years ago, hunting for the hornbill, in the Kaltara, in the north of Kalimantan, some hunter or buyer of the hornbill catch by police. Then after that, in the marine also, they have district regulation to special for the hornbill, and also this make the effect for the all of the species. That if the species is regulated as a protected species, also there are no hunting for that. And one more, I want to say that the target of this the target of the species is very thick, and until now it's very thick. It's not protected by regulation in national regulation. So I think it's until now is by the national regulation is enough. So custom regulation is not important until now. But in the facts in the some location, some village in the north of the Kalimantan, there are used the custom regulation. And the custom regulation is not writing, not document, but by mood, something like that. So that is my answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rustam. Thank you for your answering questions. Goes to Pak Dr. Ahmad Subah. Pak Dr. Ahmad Subah, what is your strong recommendation to the local government to the opportunity for conservation for elephant and dolphin protections until the local wisdom, protection to local wisdom, but the indigenous people still pay attention to the welfare of society can be improved?
Okay, thank you, moderator, for your questions. I'd rather not having any question actually, but you ask and I answer. So actually, I introduced two cases. The first cases is more local, and then I think our solution lies in the really local situation. So we recommend that local government has to pay attention on how they deal with the loss of community by crop raiding by elephants, and then maybe there is some sort of what we call it payment for loss or something like that. So but this is really things that need to be discussed, and then in the situation where the when the study was done is I think it's not really bad. Still it still has a positive sides on that. So we can rely on the local traditional knowledge to try to reinvigorate the traditional knowledge to the community, and then make they believe that they still possess such local wisdom. And for the river dolphin is much complex, because they inhabit in the area where the situation is influenced by stakeholders, and change can be everywhere. So it really needs more attention, and maybe we can say that district level can pay attention on this situation. So I think this is different point of view regarding to species that we concern, and but if we say that the Bornean elephant is more local, but if we fail to to fail the build effort. So I think what we afraid that the more suffer that the more suffer the community, the less they care, and then we afraid that it comes to retaliation sort of thing. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmad Subah, for your answer question. Goes to Dr. Asbar Laga. Pak Dr. Asbar Laga. Pak Dr. Asbar.
Okay.
Okay, what is your experience, sir, in sharing this strong recommendation to the local government or policymaker for keeping Bombay steel productive special for our later generation?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Arifin. Ya, sebagaimana yang saya sampaikan di poin rekomendasi, salah satunya adalah kita harus mengikuti aturan yang sudah ditetapkan oleh pemerintah. Di dalam hal ini adalah pelarangan terhadap beroperasinya pukat hela, karena pukat hela ini target utamanya itu adalah ikan nomeng, sehingga aturan yang sudah dibuat itu dan kemudian nelayan-nelayan yang masih menggunakan alat tangkap tersebut tentunya dia harus dikonversi alat tangkapnya. Berikutnya adalah Muara Sesayap dan Muara Sembakung itu merupakan daerah nursery ground bagi berbagai jenis ikan ekonomis penting di perairan Kalimantan Utara sampai masuk ke Laut Sulawesi. Ada dari hasil identifikasi yang kami lakukan, ikan bawal, ikan senangin, kemudian ikan urat, daerah-daerah nursery ground-nya yang ukurannya masih kurang dari 10 cm berada di daerah tersebut. Tetapi wilayah perairan tersebut itu dijadikan sebagai daerah penangkapan ikan oleh berbagai jenis alat tangkap, yang mana alat tangkap ini mesh size atau ukuran mata jaringnya itu sangat kecil, sehingga ikan-ikan yang tertangkap itu sebagian besar ikan non target atau bycatch, bahkan masuk ke kelompok discard, sehingga sebagian besar alat tangkap itu dikategorikan sebagai tidak selektif baik pada komposisi hasil tangkapannya, perbandingan antara target dengan non target, perbandingan antara juwana dan juwana, dan kemudian terhadap keanekaragaman ikan yang tertangkap. Itu yang sangat-sangat tidak selektif, maka perlu dilakukan pengaturan untuk itu dan mengembalikan terhadap stok populasi yang ada, mau tidak mau suka tidak suka harus ada jedah untuk itu. Ada jedah penangkapan dalam bentuk closing season penangkapan. Kapan bisa dilakukan itu disesuaikan dengan melihat indikator biologi, dalam hal ini adalah peak season atau puncak pemijahan, sehingga biarkan dulu ikan-ikan itu memijah, setelah ada regenerasi baru kemudian ditangkap kembali. Saya kira itu Pak Dr. Arifin. Terima kasih.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Dr. Asbar Laga, for your answering questions. I think that's our first session today. Thanks a lot to Pak Dr. Rustam, Pak Dr. Ahmad, Pak Dr. Asbar Laga. I really appreciate your presentation today. We hope that we have new perspective from this discussion. Thank you. Now we are going to the second session. We still have 3 speakers. Profesor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Hello, sir.
Arifin, I think there are some raise hand.
Oh, raise hand. Okay, sorry. Because due to time, sirs, because we have limited times. Okay. Okay. Before going to the Pak Mustafa Agung, I'm give a chance to Pak Arman. Halo, Pak Arman. Pak Arman.
terlanjur kecewa.
Oh, sorry, Pak. I didn't see. Okay, Parman, please, Parman.
Disappointed.
Okay, Parman,
Okay.
please, Parman.
Okay,
Sorry, I didn't see.
thank you, Pak Arifin. Yeah, from the presentation from Pak Rahmat and also Pak Asbar, we can see the ripple dolphin habitat and also the fishing ground for the Bombay duck for the some area is the same. Yeah, and I think it's very important for us to propose the area protection as the habitat of the ripple dolphin and also the fishing ground of the Bombay duck. And also we must have the policy to reduce the pollution from the mining activity, oil palm estate, and also other source of the pollution. Yeah. As well as I think the very important thing one is to regulate the fishing or the catching activity, because like Pak Asbar say, the people or the community using the Pukat Hela, it is also not only to it is also disturb the ripple dolphin in the area, and it is why I think it's very important to regulate the fishing activity on the area. It is very important to ensure the ripple dolphin are protected and the stock of the Bombay duck fish on the area is maintained. I think that's all from me, Pak Arifin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If it's a like question, I think Pak Rustam, you can answer or give a comment or give a brief a statement. Pak Rustam, Pak Asbar Laga, or Pak Dr. Rahmat?
Like what? Comment to Pak Arman's response, or? Okay,
you can say something about
it. Okay. But I think what Pak Arman said is, yeah, I think that's a positive response of what we have here, and then yeah, I totally agree, yeah, with his suggestion, and I think we can bring this to the higher level that have a policy to make, and then yeah, all policy can come from research that we study at the ground. So I think that's it.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Rahmat. I think research base here. I think we underline research base to create a new policy for our biodiversity. Okay, thank you, Pak Arman, for your strengthened statements. Now we are going to the second session. In the second session, we still have 3 speakers. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Before starting your presentation, I would like to read bio profile first. Current position is Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Mullah Omar University. Field of expertise of social forestry, community forestry, and agroforestry. And then PhD from Hamburg University, Germany. Oh, great. He also international lectures, the University of Texas, yeah, the University of New Mexico, USA, Waseda University, Japan. Good. Hopefully, we can learn a lot from his experience in biodiversity. So, Professor, is your stage.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So sorry, may I ask you first, don't we have a lunch break for this event? No.
Okay.
Don't we have lunch break for this? No. Continue.
Committee, what about committee? Still I have.
Sorry, because we only have it's only remain 59 from.
Yeah, only 20 minutes.
No, I mean the participants. It's remain only 59. But it's okay. If we continue, so I'll continue. No problem.
Okay, based on the schedule, sirs, I think it's no break. Yeah. So we just pay attention to the schedule. We can continue. Go on, sir.
Good. Thank you very much, the moderator, honorables, co-director of UBT, my friend, Professor Andi Paton, all staff, all speakers, and of course the participants of this international webinar. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude thanks, especially to the organizer for inviting me to join and to speak in this very special event and very interesting event. So International Conference on Biodiversity. And I've invited to give topic, especially I'm going to talk about the what you call it is local wisdom, because I heard from previous speakers. They were, talking a lot about the potential conservation of the local wisdom and so on. So allow me to share the materials. My materials is quite a lot, but I hope I can use the available time and try to finish on time. Can you see my slides?
Exactly.
Okay, good. The title of my presentation is Sustaining Local Wisdom for Biodiversity Conservation in Kalimantan. I just put Kalimantan, so in order to give a wider views about the situation of local wisdom and biodiversity in this island, so I would say so. This presentation will be divided into 5 chapters. And let's move first to the first chapter, Kalimantan as the center of biosocial diversity. So I put this biosocial diversity. So I explain later on. As we already known, and also it's already known by many people, that actually the Kalimantan or Borneo as a whole already called as the center of the mega biodiversity, because hundreds of different species, fauna, flora, can be found only in 1 hectare. So you can imagine how rich actually this island is. However, the biodiversity center is not only because of the species richness and evenness, but also with the reason that a lot of them are endemics. So they only found in a very limited analysis of the islands. Therefore, many people believe that actually tropical rainforest ecosystem is actually fragile and even classified as unrenewable resources. So many people think that actually tropical rainforest is renewable, but in fact, if we look at the characteristic of the ecosystem, we can see also actually unrenewable resources. So I don't want to stop in these pictures too long, because actually Pak Rustam and also Pak Rahmat Suba and already mentions, if we know that actually island of the Kalimantan or Borneo as a whole rich with the flora and also has different faunas. But not only the flora and fauna, this island actually has rich of the commercial natural resources. It has been utilized by the government in order to increase the financial capital for the development. And the industrialization of the resource has already invited migrants from the other regions in order to get or to seek jobs and even permanently move with expectation for having a better life. On the other hand, tens of local inhabitants like Dayak, like Kutai, and also Tijung in North Kalimantan, and Bulungan are still practicing their cultures and for the ethnical identities, including their what we call it as local wisdom. At the same time, it's just for the Dayak group. You can see from the table that actually we have quite a lot of tribes and sub-tribes of Dayak. Even the parent groups of Dayak are only 7, but the tribes and sub-tribes even in the hundreds, so 405. So you can imagine how this is actually the culture the island says. Now we move to the chapter B. If we talk about local wisdom, we should understand about the definition of the local wisdom. Local wisdom is defined as products of different factors in the relation between the, I would say, the environmental image, living dependency on existing resources, and cultural integrities. But if we call it as local wisdom, actually it consists of a different form. At least 4 groups of local wisdom we should understood. One is various belief and prohibition, like taboos, which are probably difficult to be recognized from academic angles. And then second is ethic and regulations, implemented in daily life and generally felt for both local inhabitants and guests, especially, I mean migrant from other regions. Third is techniques and technology, which means different instruments, tools, and procedures of work which are implemented in daily activities of the communities. And the last but not least, practices and tradition of natural resources, as well as environmental management among the community. From the picture, so I gave you a better view about what we call it as the local wisdom. You can see that actually the local wisdom comes from the, I would say, like the integration between life and living dependency, cosmological religious system, local traditional culture integration. And these factors lead to what we call it as sustainable natural resource management. From this diagram, I would say also to be further understanding that not all local traditional wisdom can be scientifically proved, although some of them has been proved that they have relation and they can prove by the scientific methods. Implementation of tens or 100 local traditional wisdom, either totally or partly, is still found in many places or in daily life of the community groups, not only in North Kalimantan, but in the whole Borneo. For example, that already also what you got the talk by the previous speakers, such as shifting cultivation and also animals hunting among the Dayak people. Because of many community groups have not documented their local traditional wisdom, because of internally they have been practiced for generations. Many scientists trying to document the practices in order to be able to analyze even deeper. This is the example of the local wisdom concerning with 2 activities. One is shifting cultivation, another one is hunting and fishing. So I don't want to read all because it takes time. But one of them, for instance, during the shifting cultivation, they're only prioritizing to use the old secondary forest. Why? This is in order to not only to maximize the yield, but they don't want to distract the the succulent states of the I would say the vegetations. And for hunting and fishing, they only hunt animals which are categorized as pests, as already mentioned by Pak Rustam. For instance, white pig. White pig belong to pests. Therefore, it is possible to be hunted. Sustaining local traditional wisdom is considered being able to conserve environment as well as biodiversity of Kalimantan. Because of some reasons. One is local traditional wisdom is always considering environmental balances. Second, traditional communities' needs are usually objective and limited, and therefore avoiding of exploitation. The third, local traditional wisdom suggests also concept of domestication or implementing species collection. Now in the third chapter, I would like to talk about the issues of conservation, especially in the last 2 decades. As we know that we have a huge annual deforestation in Indonesia. Not only deforestation, but also forest degradation. According to the government, we only have annually only 110,000 hectares. But according to many non-government organizations, it is even almost 2 million hectares per year. It should be checked because we have different data in different institutions. But in fact, we have existing degraded and non-productive areas for about 40 to 80 million hectares. And we don't know exactly how large actually in Kalimantan, but from the causes we also already discussed earlier, there are some causes of the deforestation and forest degradation. One is overexploitation, including illegal loggings. Two is huge conversions into extensive mining and crop estate. One of them is, of course, sawit. And then slash and burn agriculture, and also development of fish ponds, especially in the coastal zones. And also other reasons, for instance, development of physical infrastructure and also fires. I just want to give some picture of the causes of deforestation and forest degradation. One is overexploitation of timber. Second is illegal logging. The third is huge forest conversion into coal mining and also conversion into oil palm plantation or sawit plantation. And then also other opportunistic activities like shifting cultivation, like development of fish ponds in the coastal zone and development of physical infrastructure, even crossings the conservation area. And also fires. Although in the last 5 years, we didn't have any fires in Kalimantan. But this is one of the causes of the deforestation and forest degradation. Some impacts of deforestation and forest degradation are: one is reduced carrying capacity of the ecosystem, more frequent and wider environmental disaster and calamities. Third is loss of rare-based cultural identities of the local communities. This third number is very important because the structure is not only in the ecosystem, but also, not only in the forest or in the environmental surrounding the communities, but also in the local identities of the traditional communities. Fourth is reduced cohesiveness and increased horizontal conflicts among the communities. The fifth is loss of mega biodiversity of the tropical rainforest. And the last one is the disturbing global ecological stabilities following increase in carbon emission and reducing capacity of carbon enhancement. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the fourth chapter, a step forward for sustaining local wisdom. Deforestation and forest degradation in Indonesia and also in Kalimantan have led to the distortion of local traditional wisdom. What we have to do in order to keep and to improve the local community's welfare, because I think, if not mistaken, there was a question from the moderator to the previous speakers: how can make the local community does not suffer, but not breaking the law? So the first is conservation or protected areas, so that they still have potential biodiversity and other unique ecological aspects. So we still have hopes in order to conserve their local wisdom. And the second, in all 5 provinces of Kalimantan, West, Central, Southeast, and North, there are sufficient local, state, and private universities, national and international research centers that can work together in order try to find the solution, the smart solutions, to give balanced solutions between the community needs and also the sustainability of the flora and fauna. And the third possibility is availability of reliable and better bioagricultural technology in order to improve institutionally as well as technologically of local traditional. We can see together in the figure 10 that actually we can improve the local traditional activities into the more modern and even more productive approaches. So we'll come to that figure. And the fourth is paradigm shift of the national forest policy. This is also one of the opportunities that has been given us to be able to protect the biodiversity and also what you call here local wisdom as well. This is the figure 10. You can see in the left side or in your position probably in the right side. So there is a shifting cultivation based on local wisdom or local aesthetics, like immanent views. People are part of ecosystem, circulated agriculture to avoid soil disturbance, traditional fire management, and also collection of white or semi-cultivation. These all activities are under the what we call it as traditional management. Because of the situation or change, there are socio-economic dynamics. So we should change the shifting cultivation into the improved value with also different approaches, such as biocybernetic principles, utilization of compost or green manure or legumes, zero burning or agroforestry designs. Using these all technologies of agroforestry, the activities of shifting cultivation can be continued, but in different form of land use. That under what we call it as the terms collaborative management. Because the new approach is actually not remove the positive aspect of the local wisdom, but using the local wisdom and what you call here, like improve into the more productive and more modern approaches. This is a possibility of the government's regulation, actually. The government regulation already mentioned that there are different schemes of what we call it as social forestry. But actually, the local community has also different traditional use of natural and also building the tree gardening. So the question is it possible to include the traditional activities of the local community into the formal official schemes of the government? If it is possible, so we still have what you call the opportunity in order to keep and to sustain the local wisdom, but we also have more modern and more productive approaches in order to conserve the biodiversity of the islands. In this last chapter, I would like to mention about the future perspective and challenges that we face. There are some required action in order to sustain local wisdom for biodiversity conservation. The first is highlighting integrated efforts related to multi-dimensional aspect and approaches under more complicated issues. So we have to make approach a multidisciplinary approach, not in single discipline, but should be in multidisciplinary. The second is developing collaborative management and mutual efforts from three neighboring countries with one conservation mission. I think it's already known widely that there was the creation of Heart of Borneo from three different countries, namely Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, and Indonesia. So we already have like a commitment to conserve the remain, I would say, ecosystem, especially the tropical rainforest. But at once we can also conserve the local wisdom of the local communities. So actually, the more important is to strengthen the collaborative management among the countries. However, we also have some problem, or I prefer to use the challenges we face in order to conserve local traditional wisdom. The one is, in some regions, the local wisdom are not completely conserved. As already mentioned by Dr. Shuba, that in order to conserve the elephants, actually, many of the local community does not practice anymore what we call it as the local wisdom. The second is rapid socioeconomic development has changed local demands and therefore also the orientation of the resource management. So from objective needs to become subjective demands. The third is many groups have shifted from socio-cultural consideration to more economic rational reasons. So they already moved from flesh keepers to become fee seekers. And the last one is some groups have difficulties in passing over the traditional potential from older to younger generation because of external and internal factors such as IT development, urbanizations, and immigration, especially younger generation. Okay, that's all what I can present, and hopefully it will inspire all the participants in order to have a good and better discussion. Thank you very much. Giving back to the moderator.
Thank you, Prof. Mustafa Agung Sarjono, for your awesome presentations. And now I believe now we have a new perspective related to biodiversity in Indonesia. Even though we still have a questioning how to improve the welfare of our society related to the biodiversity conservation, and also 100 billion people in this country are still depend on existing biodiversity. Do you think that is mismanagement of biodiversity, or what's wrong with the policy related to biodiversity in Indonesia? Or we still the other scholar from the other country come and do collaboration in generating our potential biodiversity? Now we will later we'll discuss with Prof. Agung Sarjono. Thank you for your presentation, sirs. Now we are going to the second presenter, Christina Hagenters, entitled Indigenous People and Vital Conservation. Before you present, I would like to read your bio profile. Expertise, inclusive and equitable conservation, social equity, indigenous people right and advocacy, community-based management of natural source and gender issue, human right based approach, gender equality. I think you have a lot of expertise here. Could not read it. Dr. Christian Ingenters, is your stage to present your presentation, Indigenous People and Vital Conservation. Is your stage.
Many thanks to the moderator, and many thanks for inviting me to share. As you know, I'm no longer in Indonesia, but based in Indonesia. So good afternoon to you, but good morning to myself. If you could be so kind to, I sent my presentation yesterday. If you could be sharing that would help me a lot.
Okay, let the committee will say. Hello, the committee. Panitia. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think I'll cover a lot of what has been already excellently presented by Professor Mustafa Agung Sarjono and previous speakers. So I think, but this is good. We are not just repeating the same. We are just making a strong case for indigenous conservation, and I think it's very important for Kalimantan and for Indonesia, and also at global level. I'll be bringing global level as well. As you know, I did a lot of research in the past in Borneo, in Apokayan, especially in other areas of the interior of Borneo. But I've been working with the conservation organization, WWF Indonesia, now WWF International, for many years. So I wanted to actually title my presentation as Indigenous People First Conservationists. And maybe you can go to the second slide. Why first conservationists? Because when we think of conservation, most likely we think of conservation organization like WWF, we think of national parks. So the the conservation led by governments, but there is much wisdom, much management, much conservation as sustainable use that is practiced by indigenous people. So I purposely, intentionally put this picture here because when we look at this picture, maybe all of you, the participants in this seminar, are used to something like this, but if you show this to a Westerner, and maybe someone who works in conservation, that's not the first thing they think of conservation. They see, instead of seeing something very holistic and integrated, they see destruction, they see possible problems with forest fires, while this is what Professor Mustafa Agung Sarjono was referring to as shifting cultivation or Sweden system, circular kind of agricultural practices, where the very important anthropologically, you need to say that this is not about destroying the forest, it's not about deforestation, but it's about taking from the forest, clearing a small area and returning it to the forest after 1 year, exceptionally 2 years of planting rice. And in this process, there is an enrichment of the forest per se, because opening up small parcels in the canopy helps the local biodiversity and regeneration of species. So this is very important, the sense of mutuality, which is fundamental to indigenous people in Kalimantan as anywhere else, which is humans and nature, live in nature, not against nature. Next slide. Yeah, I just have the wide spectrum of local wisdom that previous speakers were referring to, especially Professor Mustafa Agung Sarjono. There is one now very famous system or conservation schemes, if you want to put it that way, used by Dayak indigenous people, especially Kenya, people in all of Kalimantan and Sarawak, where they live, which is referred to as Tanau land. But before we go into Tanau land, which so far been documented and registered in a voluntary registry that's been set up by civil society organization in Indonesia, documented and registered over 640,000 hectares of areas conserved specifically for the purpose of conservation by indigenous people. Conservation in this case meaning very minimal use, very controlled use with regulation and customs. And so this is an effort that has been ongoing within Indonesia for only the last 4 or 5 years. So the potential of these areas mapped throughout the archipelago and especially in Kalimantan itself is over 3 million. And so now what we have registered and documented is not even 1/3 of it. So you can imagine this is an enormous potential of global significance. And in Kalimantan per se, of those 600,000, over 200,000 hectares have been documented and registered in Kalimantan per se. But what is important also to consider globally is that 80% of the biodiversity left in this planet is in indigenous and local communities' territories throughout the world. And so a similar percentage can be expected also in Indonesia and especially in Kalimantan. This is an important background to show an evidence, scientific evidence of the importance and relevance of indigenous conservation. Tanah Ulen per se, as the participants I'm sure know, is more specifically is a forest area which is rich in natural resources and ecosystem services of high economic and cultural value for the local community. You have rotan, you have hardwood for constructions, you have all sorts of other biodiversity. Access is controlled, and also the harvesting of products that are of use to the community, such as rotan, for example, or hunting for special occasions is also very controlled, and there are sanctions. The size of a Tanah Ulen can be 300 hectares to over 10,000 hectares. But it's very important to know that this tradition has changed a little bit, in the sense that if in the past this was mostly like a forest reserve managed by the aristocratic families within the community, but still was not necessarily only a private private forest reserve. If we can, in terms of indigenous perspective, this was more like a public good entrusted to the aristocratic leader, because the aristocratic leader was leading and was the ultimate authority of the community. But this idea of entrusting and taking care of that Tanah Ulen becomes almost like a personal connection between the aristocratic leader and that area. Nowadays, mostly the responsibilities for the management of the forest reserves have been transferred to traditional councils. So the community has more of a say as a collective entity and a collective unit in the management of the Tanah Ulen, but is still following customary regulations and traditional knowledge. So next slide. Yeah, and this is a small point that I'm trying to convey. So yeah, we focus on Tanah Ulen because this is the most obvious example. In a way, Tanah Ulen could be considered as the equivalent of a protected area for a government. So in the various schemes, it could be like a national park for that particular indigenous territory. But the management idea behind it is very different. So Tanah Ulen cannot be separated from the entire indigenous territory or wilayah that is the real unit for and the basis for the identity of that particular group or ethnic group or community, indigenous community, but it's also part of its history, tradition, and a management unit. It's the territories, not the Tanah Ulen per se. We have a view in that picture of the Bahau River and the community, indigenous community territory of Bahau Ulu, which is also a kecamatan now. This is very important because regulations for Tanah Ulen, for the management of the Tanah Ulen, are also part integrated into the broader indigenous territory management, where there are clear allocation of areas for use, limited use, sustainable use for agriculture, water protection, forest protection like Tanah Ulen, and so on. But it's all part of a system. And this system works as long as the institutions, the governance institution of the traditional people, their system of regulation, their knowledge and values are still active and vital. That is the key to continued sustainable use and conservation. Next slide, please. Okay, how do we know, how did we find out about all of that? Of course, it's through research. And the value of the research and research institution is immense and need to be stronger. And as we mentioned before, it needs to be the basis for policy and policy making based on research and scientific evidence. There are other, when you talk about indigenous territories, there is also a value in using some more innovative approaches like participatory community mapping that has been used extensively in the interior of Kalimantan. And it was through this effort, especially the area that I did a lot of research, but I also worked as staff of WWF, was in the Kalimantan National Park, which is also the home of 11 indigenous territories that are actually a bigger size than the park, the national park itself. And it was through the engagement and involvement, direct involvement of the communities who were trained to map, and then they mapped their own territories. And what we see on the map on the right-hand side is the extension of Tanau land into indigenous territories, Bahau Ulu and Pujungan. So the green areas are Tanau land. You can see how extensive is the area that are actually for most restricted use and limited use. So it's quite considerable. It's now I say maybe participants are aware of the global discussions around protecting 30% of the planet for the future. This is the big discussion in the Convention for Biodiversity that is being negotiated now. And but if you look at this map, overall there is more than 30% already protected. So it's interesting that this new concept that is being discussed now as a must for humanity to be able to continue and sustain life on this planet, that indigenous people already practice it. Next slide. Yes, and here we come to a key issue that was alluded to by the previous speaker as well. I think in order to, it's very important, there is an inner strength that needs to be with the communities about conserving their own values and knowledge and be resilient in that respect. But there is also an external condition that needs to happen. Recognition of indigenous conservation within regulations and within broader schemes of the government at various levels. There is, obviously there are many opportunities through schemes like social forestry schemes like Hutan Desa, Hutan Adat, which was a major breakthrough with the Constitutional Court decision in 2013, but also through local governments at provincial level or district level, regency level, through the recognition of indigenous territories like Hutan Adat. So there are now several local regulations. The example of the Regency of Malinao, where over 1 million hectares of indigenous territories of Wilayah Adat have been documented, registered, verified, and recognized by the local region. There are three major territories in Pakinaya, Bahaulo, and Pujungan. So the opportunity is there. This recognition gives security, gives security, tenure security, land security to and management security to the people. And that is an enormous important incentive for people to continue to use sustainably their resources and their territory. Next slide. I think I come to exactly what Professor Mustafa Agung Sarjono mentioned about he mentioned it as a challenge. I agree, this is there is the key challenge, how we transmit and transfer to the next generation. The next generation is the key to continuity and to sustainability. But I'm also very impressed and relieved by the ongoing revival in terms of biocultural diversity, interest of the young generations of many ethnic, Dayak ethnic groups in Kalimantan, in knowing, in getting to know about their own tradition, and many events, festivals organized where the elders come together with the younger generation. So this transmission of knowledge happens, because the key to the future and to the future indigenous conservation is with indigenous people themselves. I think that's all I have, and I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Christian Agenters. I think this was a very important experience that we can share by Dr. Christian Agenters. We can take beneficial information from this conservation. I would like to invite the last speaker, Dr. Andreas Mensch.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear and understand me.
Okay, is your stage, sir?
Okay, I would like to share my presentation. Is that working? Can you see now my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet. Hopefully it's coming. Can you see it now?
Still
not. If it's not working, then I send it. I send it to the committee. So maybe if it's not coming from my screen, then maybe you can share it.
Panitia bisa ditolong panitia. Di-share panitia. Here it is.
It's now visible?
Okay.
Yeah, you can see it now?
Okay, good.
Okay, then I would like to start. Yeah, I want to share my experience in North Kalimantan. I worked there in from 2010 to 2013 and make some assistance to also was busy in Mali now. So my presentation will be a short introduction. Then I will present quickly the study area. I will tell what GIZ supported at that time when I joined GIZ in Kalimantan. I will give some ideas on the participatory rural appraisal, what we did at that time, as part of to gather the traditional wisdom. Will show some more scientific approach, which does not mean that the participatory rural appraisal is not scientific based, but some with other technologies, and give some ideas of the participatory forest resource inventory to somehow see the biodiversity in the forest, which is there, and how we can measure it and see whether it's sustained or not, and then come with some final conclusions. So, as an introduction, indigenous people are normally considered as the custodians of the forest. That is, because they have the long experience in sustainable utilization of natural resources, which is timber, but also many, many non-timber forest products, including wild animals, like you see on the pictures, the rattan, the wild, the fruits, and others, fish. However, whenever indigenous people manage the forest or the ecosystems, by selective harvesting, by planting some fruits or whatever, selective protection of trees, this has an impact on ecosystems, like we have seen on the first slide from Christina. It's as long as you consider it as part of the environment, that's not a harm, it's not a threat to the ecosystem. The traditional sustainable utilization needs some accepted traditional regulations. We heard that in the first presentation of this session from Mustafa Ali. We need this set of regulations. In Indonesia, it's called the Adat, which also includes some harvesting plans with restrictions. When can you harvest? How many? A minimum size or seasonal harvest or whatever. And we need some communal monitoring of it. That people are aware. Some people do things which are not okay, and they report it, and there are some sanctions. Otherwise, we face the so-called tragedy of the commons, where everybody take resources which are there without keeping them for a long time, because if I don't take it, my neighbor will take it, so better I do it. So we have this set of regulations which keep on the long run the resources for the benefit of all. So what we did at that time was that we tried to tap the indigenous wisdom and experience. We combine it a little bit with scientific approach and compared the findings. And all that to create the awareness on resource trends. Are they reducing, or is there still plenty of resources available or even increasing? And we try to enable and support appropriate mitigation measures if some of the biodiversity or some of the resources are reducing or under threat. So just to give an idea on the area, I think most of you heard already on the Setulang and the Tanaolen. Just to give some impression from at that time when I was active there, that was 2012. The population was 848 people living in 224 families. The village area is 11,000 hectares, and the Tanaolen, the protected forest, is more than 5,300 hectares. So the people living there traditionally, they're not really from that area. The ancestors come from Batam River, Belanga River, Ivan River, and Sarawak. And then they moved a long time ago to an area which is called the Longsan Mountains. And later they moved in 1968 to 1978 to the Setulang River. So they also have a customary forest, the Tanaolen, which is mainly primary forest. It's altitude 150 to 900 meters above sea level, which is a very biodiversity-rich lowland and hill montane dipterocarp forest. It's traditionally protected, means that there is no cutting of trees allowed. The establishment of fields or burnings are not allowed, and it needs a special permission from the customary noble leader, the so-called Fahren, if you want to cut trees. With permission from the Fahren, people can harvest rattan, fruits, vegetables, medicine plants, resin, and many other forest resources. And also hunting and fishing can be allowed. The cutting of trees can only granted in very special cases, for example, after a disaster, to rebuild a house when one house is burned down. Otherwise, it's strictly forbidden to cut trees there. So at that time, GIZ supported the Settlang people. One of the target was that they will be granted of one of the social forest schemes, Hutan Desa or Hutan Kemasyarakat at that time. So yeah, GIZ provided support by training facilitators, or we did some socioeconomic studies to obtain and document an overview of the socioeconomic conditions. We did a quite comprehensive participatory rural appraisal to gather the information on the forest resource utilization, what type of resources, the quantities, location, where they harvest, the season, the marketing potential, how much is available, the abundance, and yeah, also the trends in quality and abundance and other information. And we did some participatory mapping, which also was mentioned before. Yeah, we did some overview map with spatial on the spatial distribution of the most important forest resources. Furthermore, at that time we did some focus group discussions with yeah, to triangulate the findings from the PRA, because if you ask many people, of course, the information you get is not quite streamlined. Yeah, some say in the one way, the other have other perception. So we try to triangulate that with other information. Later, we did a forest resource inventory of fieldwork on the ground to gather information on the forest stand structure, quantities, qualities of the forest resources, and the spatial distribution. And all that to enable the people to have elaborate a management plan, which is on the one hand was a necessity for the social forest license, but on the other hand to give more awareness to the people on the situation in the forest and the ecosystem. And that was the final target, to have this participatory elaboration of a forest management plan. And yeah, after my time, some years later, with governor's decrees, a huge part of the Tanah Olam was declared as a village forest, as the Hutan Desa. So the PRA, what is the objective? So we try to document the indigenous wisdom and experience, to create awareness on resource trends, to yeah, to indicate different perceptions between male and female or age class respondents. Yeah, that was quite interesting. Was really exciting to see how different people can feel or see the resources. And yeah, if necessary, to enable appropriate mitigation measures. So this participatory rapid appraisal, we had altogether 86 respondents from 59 households, or 50 male and 36 females. And altogether, we had more than 20,000 questions and answers. So quite a lot of information, took quite some efforts. There's a report available, must be still available with GIZ. So I will not present all the details. It's much too much for this 20 minutes. Just some examples. Yeah, we have information now what kind of forest resources are utilized, where are they collected and when. We have the seasonal calendars, how many, the quantities, and if there is some marketing potential, yeah, also to, of course, generate some income for the village peoples. We have that before you, I showed that here, for example, for Rotan as a group, all Rotan together. Of course, we have this also more in detail. What kind of Rotan was used, utilized for which purpose. Even if one Rotan can replace another one, if the resources are already finished, if you can replace it by other Rotan or other species. Is there still sufficient available? How was the trend over the last 10 years? What is the expectation for the next 10 years? And if there is some trends, maybe there are some measures necessary, and if so, if there are already something planned. All this information we gathered from the wisdom of the people. We have a lot of descriptive statistics, yeah, like you see this pie diagram, how many of the respondents harvest trees, which kind of trees and where, and so on. If they are marketed locally or in the town, Kota Malinau. And interesting also when we looked for the answers, sometimes the people have a different perception. If we ask if there's still enough resource available here, for this example, we ask for the fish. Most say, yeah, it's not enough. So, and more than 1/3 say, yeah, it's still enough. We find our fish. If you look for the gender, so male had a different perception. They more say, yeah, it's still enough. Even many of them say it's increasing. If you look for the female, they said, no, it's not enough. We don't have enough fish, and every year it's going down. So we have to do something. So we tried a lot. What might be the reason? And yeah, one explanation we found when we during our focus group discussions, that maybe the perception comes that a male normally go deeper in the forest, stay longer in the forest, even stay overnight. What is more difficult for the ladies, because they have to care for the children, they have to care for elder people, and so they cannot just stay outside. And if they go fishing close to the village, maybe there is the resource is quite scarce. So quite interesting information, which was also quite interesting for the local people because they were not so much aware on that. We also did some, use some modern technologies to get the idea on the resource availability, which you can nowadays also combine with the question for biodiversity. So we utilized scientific methods, used modern technology, and then we compared the results with published in scientific papers and journals. What are their findings? What are our findings? And with all that, we have an objective documentation. We can somehow document past and future trends. And we can have a different view on the awareness on trends. and all that to develop mitigation measures if necessary. So what we did, yeah, you all know that the satellite image classification, yeah, you have the difficulties to detect small disturbances if single trees are only cut, especially in the understory, which is hardly to detect by satellites. Yeah, but anyhow, we have an objective documentation of the land use change, and also can provide awareness on trends if the area is influenced by illegal settlers or land use changes and all these kind of things. But the precise measure of the biodiversity is not possible with satellite image classification. The example I provided before for fish, of course, you cannot see on satellite imageries. But also if single rattan is missing, single species, you cannot detect. So what we also did to get more of this information, we did some terrestrial forest inventory with, we use sample plots, which are systematic distributed, permanent located, nested circular plots. So at that time, we were not so much interested in the biodiversity. We were more interested to make this management plans, which was a precondition for the Hutan Desa scheme. So we use and methodology was more focused on the management plan creation. So maybe if you have the idea to document the biodiversity, I would suggest a slightly different method, but still at that time we used what is presented here. Quite important, sorry, I forgot, the identification of the tree spaces. We used we were discussing before if we should engage specialists from University Mulava or from Bogor or Samarinda, or we decided to use somehow people which are very familiar with the forest from the village. And although we know that maybe some of the species they do not differentiate, they do not know, but the study what we did was more for the people and not so much for the international scientific society. So what the people told us, whenever they use a tree, which is important for them, they have a name for it. Only for species which are not so important for them, yeah, maybe they don't know. But most of the resources they use, or all of the resources they use, they know and they have a name for it. So we decided to go for the local people, just also to increase ownership between them. That's how it looked like. We had this systematic distributed sample plots. The grid size was 1 by 1 kilometer. So on the map, we located 54 sample plots with some problems at the border where the sample plots were already located in the neighboring area. So at the end, we measured on 52 plots. We had 3 teams, up 4 persons, and to measure the plots, they need 2 or 3 plots per day per team, plus some additional traveling time. Also, the people cannot stay long time in the forest. They said they have to go back to the families to care for them. And so it was quite a good time, good challenge for them to cover all the plots. We have many data on these plots where we have tabular data now, tree species, the size, the height, density, and so on, where we have these tables, and yeah, you all know this bar charts, the pie charts, and so on, many results, which can still be gathered from GIZ office, I think. They should be still available. I want to draw the attention that quite a lot of tree species, trees were recorded, that they are there, but where the people, the village people, don't know exactly what kind of tree it is. I mean, for very small tree saplings, sometimes it's difficult to see what is it, but also for big trees, people were not really aware what kind of tree is it. So that was a limit which was somehow surprising for us, but as said before, if people don't know, they said, yeah, it's a tree, we have seen it before, but we don't use it, so we don't have a name for it. So what we also did with all this data coming back, we calculated the number of trees per plot or per hectare, the volume per hectare, basal area per hectare, the above ground biomass, carbon stock, all this kind of information. And to have an idea on the spatial distribution, we for each plot we have a different color. So the more dark the green color gets, the more, in this case, the volume of the trees, the more volume is available. So that you can see there's some areas where there's some more volume, and some with a bright green, maybe there's some less because it's close to the village. Maybe there are indeed some influences. So also to record the biodiversity. We can also somehow see the species composition on the plots, the diameter distribution, but also very important for the local peoples, these maps from the non-timber forest products, meaning where can you find a special kind of rattan, or where is the area where normally people go hunting, where you find the honeybees, and so on. There are many different resources, and wherever the people find them in the forest, we indicate and make this kind of spatial maps for the people. Here's another example. This is the number of species. Here you find the hotspots of biodiversity. So with the data we collected in the forest, we were also able to calculate some of the well-known indices to describe the biodiversity, like the density or the relative density, the frequency of the species, the relative frequency, the dominance and the relative dominance, and the combination of that, the important values. This is more on the species level. On the forest stand level, we have calculated the Shannon index, the Simpson index, and the Pelouse evenness index. And also this you can somehow you can draw it in the maps. So at that time, it was we decided to give some extra work to permanent locate the plots. Meaning of course, we have the GPS coordinates where they are, but we all know that GPS still you have some deviations of several meters, can be a little bit more in the dense forest. So what we also measured is the location of the single trees. So with backward triangulation, you can even now after, now it's I think 8 years ago, you can still precisely relocate the plots and remeasure the same trees again. So then we haven't done yet this task now, but it would be after now 8 years would be an interesting work where you can create some plots like that, where you see, this tree, he is growing a little bit, so you see the increment. Other trees which are maybe gone, yeah, you can even recognize whether it's artificial, because people harvest them, or whether it's natural, because of natural windfall or whatever, that some trees are dead now. So that would be an interesting work to see the development of the forest ecosystem, but also then how the people really preserve biodiversity. So the conclusion, the combination of both approaches would be really beneficial, so that you have the can tap the traditional knowledge and experience, which is quite comprehensive. Really, people gave us a good idea of the resources, and but later when we compared the participatory mapping with the results coming out of the spatial distribution of the resources found by the inventory, people sometimes were quite surprised. So a combination of both would be very beneficial and provides a better understanding. It will enhance the monitoring capacities and skills of the people, to put it more objective. Yeah, I remember the gender gap of the perception. Yeah, if resources are going down or increasing. It strengthens the management of natural resources, and it indicates limits of future management options or harvesting potentials if we realize that resources already going down. And it strengthens the internal governance in the community, and it creates at that time, it was really unbelievable, the ownership of the people who were really interested to do the work and see and to get a better understanding of their forest and of the ecosystem of the Tanaulen. And the costs were, I would say, reasonable high. So because we used local people for some days, the costs were not extraordinarily high. Also experience from that even if we apply scientific-based methods, that there is not one method optimal for all objectives. Yeah, if you somehow want to create local ownership, if you want to have local relevance, the scientific names for the tree species, there's no relevance for the local people. If they use some trees, they have a name for it. If not, it's not so important for them. But then on the other hand, it's difficult to compare it with scientific papers if 1/3 of the tree species is somehow unknown. So that is somehow where you have to find a balance between the different objectives. So the question, tree species experts from Samarinda, Bogor, or Makassar, that is one of the questions. If you want to really go to judge the biodiversity, maybe I would not suggest this nested plot approach, which we use to reduce measuring efforts in the field, but maybe not the best way to judge biodiversity. And if you don't apply this nested plots, and if you use experts from Bogor, then of course the costs will significantly increase. So you have to judge whatever is your objective. Thank you very much for your kind attention and for the opportunity for me to share my experience from this really nice time I spent in Kalimantan from 2010 to 2013. Thank you very much.
Dr. Andreas Mens, thank you so much for your sharing your experience. Kalimantan people, so thanks to the ZIZ, Dr. Andreas Mensch, for concerning of Kalimantan biodiversity. From Dr. Andreas' presentation, we have a new perspective how empowering our indigenous people in biodiversity conservation. Some points combined with a scientific approach from research finding from biodiversity scholar create awareness of resource trend and able to support appropriate mitigation measures for biodiversity conservation. Thank you, Dr. Andreas Mensch.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Will you come back to Indonesia again?
Oh yes, from time to time I'm back to Indonesia. I'm now working as a consultant for another company, and I still have some ties to Indonesia. At the moment, traveling is a little bit difficult because of the COVID, but I'm still with two projects in Indonesia. One on the Moluccas, one of Sumatra.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Andreas, for your consent in Indonesian biodiversity. Now we have a question and answer session. I would like to invite all participants. If you have some question to the speaker, you can directly raise your hand. You can directly ask question to the speakers. No?
Moderator.
Okay.
I suggest to the participant they also can ask in Bahasa Indonesia, but I'm not sure that all of the speakers actually can speak Bahasa Indonesia very well.
Okay, thank you Prof for your suggestion. Teman-teman sekalian, partisipan semuanya bisa menggunakan bahasa Indonesia untuk lebih mengakrabkan kita dalam seminar yang sangat bermanfaat ini. Dan saya pikir ini sangat momen yang langka. Kita mendapatkan banyak masukan yang luar biasa, concern dari Prof Mustafa, kemudian Dr. Mensch, kemudian Ibu Christina, Pak Dr. Rustam, Pak Dr. Rahmat, Pak Dr. Laga. Silakan kalau ada mau bertanya langsung, tidak apa-apa. Bahasa Indonesia is okay. Silakan teman-teman. Kalau tidak saya nembak aja langsung nih, Pak Arman, Pak Arman, mungkin bisa langsung bertanya kepada pembicara Pak Arman.
Pak Arifin.
Pak Dr. Sam, silakan Pak Dr. Sam.
Karena tidak ada yang bertanya, saya ingin diskusi sedikit. Ya, I would like discuss with Ibu Christina and Pak Mensch.
Okay, Dr.
During you stay in the Malinau and during your experience in Malinau, you have some information about the regulation, custom regulation for the wildlife sustainable use, Pak Mensch or Ibu Christina?
Thank you very much for your question. Maybe I start. We have we recorded some traditional knowledge and some regulations from the ADAT. For example, for the fishing, there were some areas which were prohibited for fishing. And the idea was that the fish can breed there and spread outside this protected areas, and outside people were well allowed to catch them, but not inside this protected area. So they had, although fishing was free for everybody, some areas were under limit that fish stock can regenerate and breed and spread outside. Also the size of fish, the nets what they used had a minimum mesh width, so that not all the small fishes are caught. So also for hunting, there were some regulations. We record this.
Okay, Pak Rustam, do you have a feedback?
Thank you, Pak Mensch.
Okay.
How about Ibu Christina? Maybe you have experience in your.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you for the question. My experience in Kalimantan goes back a long time, over 20 years. So, and I've seen many changes. There wasn't even Malinau back then. It was one one East Kalimantan, yeah, one Kalimantan Timur. Yes, there are. This is an important documentation. It's not just the documentation doesn't happen only in the forest. It happens also in the villages, discussing and participating in their daily decision that they make about how they use resources. And this is regulated as long as there is a demand for that resource. So this is very important because, for example, when Gaharu exploitation started in early 90s, there was no regulation in any Adat system about not cutting down Gaharu trees. Because Gaharu was not used, it was not of any value to the local community. So they learned that it was very valuable from outsider. And that caused a lot of conflict between pendatang, ya, pendatang yang mencari Gaharu dengan masyarakat lokal. But they managed that conflict by instituting new regulation. So the sense, I think this is very important. Adapt is not something that is handed down, but is very adaptive and flexible and needs decision makers, needs strong leadership at village community level to decide, oh, this is the time to intervene. I remember also there was, maybe it was you talking about the hornbill. Yes, right, a few years ago when, and it was also local people hunting the hornbill because there was huge international demand. But the leadership, that leadership eventually came came to mitigate this the risk and imposed new customary regulations about that. So that's what I bisa tambah sedikit. Terima kasih.
Maybe I want to add on that. It's quite important what Christina said, that the ADAT is somehow fluent. You can adjust it. And if you see the need that some resources go down, that you do some new regulations or strengthen the ADAT regulations. And that coming back to the work what we did from GIZ at that time to really document how the situation is in a certain point in time, and then maybe after 10 years, after 50 years, after 100 years, you can compare it. If you only remember the saying how many hornbills had been there 100 years ago, it is difficult to judge. But if you have this some documents where you can, look at that time, 100 years ago, we had many more. And then you can do activities to better protect. And even new resources, which maybe at that time was unlimited access because nobody was interested in Gaharu. But after it gets so valuable a resource, then of course it was close to be diminished.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Dr. Mensch. Pak Kostu, Pak Prof. Mustafa Agung Sarjono.
So I just want to add a little bit about the response of the Christina and Andreas about.
Okay, go ahead.
Because Pak Rustam did not ask me. That's why I just want to underline. No, I mean what I want to underline actually, the ADAT is not static; it's always dynamic. So it will be adapted, like what Christina already mentioned. It will be adapted with the new situation, with the new threats comes to the ADAT. So that's why it's always dynamic. So it's not static. It's only that. Thank you.
Okay, Prof. Mustafa Agung, is a question. In many production activities done by indigenous peoples that can be useful for local government and local community, and also for national affairs, how to mix the ethics and regulation? In this case, how the local government, biodiversity, academic must do to have a special approach to community people or indigenous people, and how to introduce the technique and technology, but we still respect the local wisdom.
Yeah, one thing that may be most important, even every research that has been done among the community should be returned to the community, to empower them in order they can like adapt and also adopt the new modern approach. So because if not, so we'll have the knowledge or whatever we got from the community, but the community will lose the information because sometimes they have difficulty to compete with the dynamic itself. That's where every research that we done among the community should be returned to them. So in form of empowerment or whatever. And I appreciate to Andreas because he did the PRA. PRA is one of the tools that can empower the local community to do research together with them, and then also they can learn from us whatever we do in the community. So, and I'm a bit wonder with the policy of the government because they try to change the authority of the local government, because actually decentralization is good in order to put the decision maker closer to the local community and local resources. But unfortunately, the government has changed the local government's regulation. So from decentralization into, I would say, a bit recentralization again. That's actually the problem that we face. But I think we still have time, so we still have opportunity in order to empower the local community. So that's one point that's very important to be underlined. Thank you.
Moderator.
Oke, thank you Prof. Mustafa. Pak Arman, saya sudah mengambil nama tadi Pak, tapi saya beri kesempatan yang kedua kali Pak.
Ya baik, terima kasih. Terima kasih dikasih kesempatan lagi. Sekali ini pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, seperti yang disampaikan Prof. Agung, kita pakai bahasa Indonesia.
Oke, siap.
Apa kabar Bu CE? Lama sudah tidak berjumpa. Pak Andreas. Ya.
Pak Arman, sebelum saya lanjutkan Pak Arman, Pak Dr. Andreas silahkan bahasa Indonesia Pak ya, menjawab pertanyaan dari Pak Arman. Ibu Christina silahkan menggunakan bahasa, use bahasa. Oke, silakan Pak Arman.
Ya, tapi ini akan lebih khusus kepada Ibu Christina dan Pak Prof. Agung sebetulnya ya. Jadi kita ketahui bersama bahwa sumber daya alam itu penting bagi masyarakat adat. Tadi bagaimana Pak Andreas, Prof. Agung juga Bu Christina menyampaikan, saya pikir hal yang hampir sama, dan masyarakat adat juga memiliki local wisdom untuk mengelola dan melestarikan sumber daya alamnya. Hal ini juga didukung kemudian dengan peraturan pemerintah terkait dengan pengelolaan hutan oleh masyarakat ya. Contohnya yang paling terbaru adalah skema perhutanan sosial misalnya, termasuk di dalamnya adalah terkait dengan bagaimana masyarakat bisa mengelola kawasan adatnya melalui hutan adat misalnya. Namun sayangnya dalam prakteknya ternyata proses pengakuan terhadap hutan adat misalnya itu sangat sulit sekali didapatkan oleh masyarakat adat. Nah, yang jadi pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana cara yang bisa dilakukan oleh para pihak ini agar proses rekognisi, proses pengakuan oleh pemerintah itu dapat terwujud lebih cepat. Mengingat tadi yang disampaikan oleh semua presenter bahwa keberadaan masyarakat itu sangat penting dalam mengelola dan melestarikan sumber daya alam. Itu saja, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Arman. Silakan yang mau Pak Prof. Mustafa atau Pak Ibu Christina.
Ibu Christina dulu deh.
Oke, Ibu Christina dulu ya.
Aduh, karena yang paling sulit pertanyaannya dari teman lama Pak Arman. Ya, saya mungkin tambahkan saja paling sulit atau paling lambat ya, karena kadang-kadang sama. Maksudnya untuk pengakuan hutan adat dari pengajuan sampai diverifikasi sampai akhirnya diakui itu prosesnya lama sekali, sehingga ya di tingkat nasional kita pun tahu bahwa sampai sekarang tidak sampai mungkin sekitar 60.000 hektar yang sudah diakui sebagai hutan adat ya. Jadi jauh di bawah potensial sebenarnya. Saya merasa ini soal bukti dan informasi, dan sebenarnya peran penting yang dimiliki oleh dosen, profesor, akademis ya untuk membuktikan secara tertulis, secara berdasarkan ilmu pengetahuan yang sains ya, apa yang sudah didokumentasikan, sudah diketahui secara melalui bersama masyarakat, melalui juga pengetahuan tradisional, local wisdom dan segala macam. Itu penting sekali suara itu, bukti itu tersampaikan kepada pengambil kebijakan untuk meyakinkan bahwa masyarakat bukan hanya memiliki wisdom, tetapi wisdom itu sudah diterapkan, sudah digunakan, sudah disesuaikan, diadaptasikan dengan perubahan yang terjadi. Terpenting, mungkin itu hal saya merasa paling bagus dari penelitian 3 tahun di Desa Setulang, walaupun satu desa saja ya, dibanding kami dan Pak Arman tahu waktu dengan BWF pemetaan partisipatif dulu kan 1,300 hektar lebih yang kami petakan. Jadi tingkat data ya tidak selengkap yang dari contoh di Setulang. Tapi yang terpenting di situ adalah bahwa untuk menghasilkan sebuah management plan. Jadi itu yang persyaratan penting sekali di dalam hutan adat juga, dalam hutan desa, sebagaimana disampaikan dari contoh Setulang. Tapi di situ masyarakat harus berupaya lebih keras untuk menyusun management plan tersebut. Karena itu bukti pada pihak pemerintah, ya ini kan bisa dipercaya untuk menjaga keberlangsungan sumber daya alam ke depan. Dan semoga upaya kita semua ya tetap menghasilkan yang terbaik untuk masyarakat adat. Itu dulu Pak Arman, terima kasih.
Silakan, terima kasih Ibu Christina. Prof. Mustafa, silakan Pak.
Baik, saya dulu Pak Andreas ya. Yang pertama yang kita perlu tahu bahwa pengakuan itu kan membutuhkan 4 hal. Pertama, ada 2 tahapan sebetulnya. Ada pengakuan keberadaan masyarakat hukum adat, baru kemudian pengakuan hutan adatnya. Jadi ada 2 tahapan yang harus ditempuh. Untuk pengakuan masyarakat hukum adat itu membutuhkan 4 persyaratan. Pertama, ada wilayahnya, ada masyarakatnya, ada kelembagaannya yang berfungsi, dan yang terakhir adalah pada pengakuan dari pimpinan atau kepala daerah tingkat 2, dalam ini adalah mungkin bupati ya. Ini yang penting. Nah, tetapi repotnya yang kita harus akui adalah bahwa justru kewenangan dari bupati itu kan khususnya di bidang kehutanan misalnya itu kan justru mulai berkurang gitu. Padahal yang diakui kok di luar kawasan hutan gampang. Jadi saya kira disebut sama Bu Christina tadi soal yang sekian puluh ribu itu paling banyak mungkin umumnya paling mudah, lebih mudah kalau di luar kawasan. Di dalam kawasan memang membutuhkan yang rumit. Dan saya tidak yakin bahwa itu betul-betul bisa berlangsung dengan cepat meskipun sudah menang di Mahkamah Konstitusi ya. Tetapi proses untuk bisa mendapatkan betul-betul pengakuan itu membutuhkan waktu yang lama. Karena sebetulnya belum ada kepercayaan. Jadi betul yang dikatakan oleh Bu Christina tadi bahwa memang perlu ada research yang menjadi evidence based untuk policy brief, untuk memberi masukan policy supaya pemerintah itu merasa yakin bahwa kalau ini dilepas tidak akan menjadi masalah. Dan untuk itu saya kira memang kita tidak bisa hanya melihat faktor eksternal, tetapi faktor internal di masyarakat juga harus diperhatikan. Coba tanya sama Mas Arman deh, kalau yang lebih banyak di lapangan. Apakah tidak ada perubahan di masyarakat sendiri? Ada perubahan itu. Antara generasi yang tua dan muda saja mungkin sudah berbeda pandangan tuh. Oleh karenanya harus ada kekuatan juga di masyarakat bahwa mereka bisa meyakinkan kalau mereka mendapatkan katakanlah kesempatan atau mendapatkan hak mereka bisa membuktikan mereka bisa merawat hak itu. Karena itu akan menjadi contoh untuk wilayah-wilayah lainnya. Kalau kemudian diberikan kemudian justru menjadi masalah, maka itu menjadikan repot pada permintaan pengakuan yang berikutnya. Jadi ada dua kegiatan harus dibuat masyarakat itu menunjukkan tadi aspek keseriusan, kemampuan untuk memanage sebaik-baiknya, dan para akademisi atau para orang dari kampus, peneliti dan sebagainya harus memberikan masukan kepada pemerintah untuk membuat peraturan tentang bukti-bukti bahwa masyarakat bisa mampu dan melaksanakan kesempatan tersebut gitu. Kalau tidak, ya sama dengan otonomi daerah kan, begitu ada desentralisasi otonomi kemudian diberikan, lalu kemudian ternyata banyak sekali pengeluaran izin yang keluar dari rel akhirnya diambil kembali. Jadi ini yang sebetulnya harus ada dua arah, dua-duanya perlu dilakukan. Tanpa itu, ya itu kan sudah lama sebenarnya, sejak tahun 60 sampai kan bolak-balik aja itu. Jadi memang itu akan membutuhkan waktu lama, tapi bisa diakselerasi untuk prosesnya akan lebih cepat lagi. Saya kira begitu.
Terima kasih Prof. Agung Sarjono. Masih ada lagi teman-teman, saya beri kesempatan satu bertanya langsung. Pak Budi.
Ya.
Pak Budi Sulistiawadi, silakan Pak. Silakan.
Ya, terima kasih banyak Pak Moderator atas kesempatan yang diberikan. Let me explain in Indonesian ya. Soalnya Pak Agung tadi sebenarnya sudah menjawab semua pertanyaan yang mau saya tanyakan sebenarnya. Cuman mungkin sedikit terakhir mungkin masukan dari Pak Agung mungkin saya ingin tanyakan lagi gitu. Tadi udah jelaskan ya. Oh ya, sebelumnya saya Budi dari Fakultas Kehutanan Unmul juga di Samarinda. Tadi sudah dijelaskan panjang lebar bahwa pengakuan masyarakat hukum adat, kemudian pemberian hak dan kesempatan untuk mengusahakan hutan ya, itu saat ini udah luar biasa sebenarnya. Cuman kemudian implementasinya juga ternyata tidak secepat dan tidak memuaskan yang mungkin kita harapkan sebelumnya gitu. Nah, tadi sudah Pak Agung jelaskan juga sebenarnya bahwa masih ada perlu evidence based research segala macam ya, kemudian dukungan berupa policy brief yang bisa memastikan bahwa kalau masyarakat diberi kesempatan, maka tidak akan ada lagi kondisi di mana mereka terpeleset oleh tawaran-tawaran yang lebih menggiurkan gitu ya, istilahnya kan seperti itu. Nah, kalau dari sisi masyarakatnya sendiri, kira-kira apa yang harus lebih banyak kita kita masukkan atau kita berikan masukan kepada masyarakat ya, supaya mereka bisa lebih cepat siap untuk menjalankan perhutanan sosial ya kan, tapi juga bisa tetap mendapatkan pengakuan untuk masyarakat hukum adat yang memang sudah ada, dan peran ini seharusnya diambil oleh siapa? Karena kalau lihat kewenangan di kehutanan ini kan kompleks sekali nih ya. Ada yang di provinsi, kemudian ada yang di pusat untuk beberapa penetapan dan proses-proses begitu kan. Dari sisi akademisi juga kita sendiri dituntut untuk memberikan bukti-bukti akademis begitu. Nah, kira-kira kalau kita mau mempercepat itu semua supaya masyarakat bisa lebih segera menikmati hasilnya dengan tetap bertanggung jawab itu, kira-kira kita bisa mulai dari mana? Mungkin yang paling pas menjawab Pak Agung, Ibu Kristina ya, sama Pak Andreas juga. Terima kasih Pak Moderator. Terima kasih.
Oke, langsung aja Prof.
Oke, baik. Yang pertama seringkali menjadi alasan tidak adanya kewenangan lagi di tingkat misalnya kabupaten terkait dengan kehutanan, kecuali untuk tahura ya, yang skop kabupaten, cuma itu saja. Lalu kemudian kesannya pemerintah daerah khususnya kabupaten tidak lagi banyak mau mengurusi soal termasuk tadi berkaitan dengan masalah hutan. Padahal dari sisi masyarakatnya itu kan masyarakatnya kabupaten gitu. Kalau kawasan hutannya bolehlah itu menjadi kewenangan pusat atau provinsi boleh. Tapi kepentingan masyarakatnya kan harusnya diperjuangkan justru pada level di kabupaten. Termasuk pemberdayaannya harusnya di level kabupaten. Sehingga sebetulnya pendekatan yang utama awalnya adalah justru melalui kabupaten. Kalau saya tidak melalui pusat. Karena sudah jelas bahwa saya contohnya perhutanan sosial, tadi dibilang perhutanan sosial. Ya tentu kita berterima kasih itu sudah ada itu. Tetapi kan semuanya kan tampak sekali itu. Itu semua kan lebih kepada bukan yang mengatakan central drive lah. Kita pokoknya lebih banyak didesain oleh Jakarta daripada yang dibutuhkan di tingkat lapangan. Makanya tadi di dalam presentasi saya mengatakan kalau praktek-praktek tradisional itu bisa diakui menjadi varian daripada perhutanan sosial, ini akan jauh lebih oke karena sudah dilaksanakan oleh masyarakat. Tapi seluruh skema kalau berasal dari pusat, ya akan sulit dilaksanakan. Jadi Pak Budi, menurut pandangan saya, pendekatannya memang harus dimulai dari yang paling dekat, yaitu pemerintah kabupaten, lalu kemudian dia harus memberdayakan pemerintah di desa. Jadi masukan kita selaku untuk amunisi mereka, itu masukannya dari kita. Dan itu perjuangan kabupaten saya kira akan jauh lebih didengar daripada misalnya individuale atau grup dari misalnya peneliti. Itu malah sebetulnya hanya bisa buat amunisinya. Tapi kalau berjuangnya saya yakin pemerintah kabupaten atau naik dikit saya hanya provinsi akan jauh. Dan mereka sini punya kepentingan karena itu masyarakatnya, Pak. Kawasannya bolehlah jadi kewenangan pusat, tetapi masyarakatnya itu menjadi masyarakat mereka. Jadi kalau bagi saya sih lebih bagus banyak memberi masukan ke tingkat kabupaten, kalau mau lebih tinggi lagi ya ke tingkat provinsi. Tapi kabupaten saya kira yang paling tepat di situ. Kalau kita justru memulai pendekatan di Jakarta, mereka akan kerepotan karena Jakarta biasanya sifatnya seragam. Maunya kebijakan itu seragam dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Ya, kalau kabupaten kan bisa meminta beberapa peluang atau kemungkinan untuk itu. Jadi saya rasa kalau masyarakat plus dengan akademisi plus dengan kabupaten itu menjadi 3 kekuatan yang akan bisa didorong ke atas. Tapi kalau dari pusat akan lebih lambat untuk turun sampai ke tingkat masyarakat. Ini menurut pandangan saya ya. Pandangan saya itu akan jauh lebih cepat. Begitu.
Terima kasih Prof. Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Ibu Kristina, ada yang mau disampaikan?
Ya, saya setuju, sangat setuju dengan pandangannya disampaikan Pak Prof. Agung. Dan sebenarnya semakin dekat pada sumber daya alam dan yang memelihara sumber daya alam itu semakin baik kebijakan dan keberlangsungan ya. Itu terjamin. Jadi kita regulasi sebenarnya sudah ada banyak ya, cukup yang mendukung sebenarnya yang menjadi peluang. Ada juga sebagian yang belum diterapkan mungkin karena alasan anggaran, alokasi anggaran dan segala macam. Tapi peraturan saya lupa peraturan pemerintah tentang kearifan lokal misalnya dan permen kehutanan untuk kearifan lokal itu di tingkat dengan wewenang yang cukup juga di tingkat kabupaten, tapi jarang juga digunakan. Intinya sebenarnya kita belajar juga dari contoh yang baik. Seperti di Malino saya sampaikan tadi dalam presentasi kan sudah lebih dari 1 juta hektar wilayah adat, 3 wilayah adat yang sudah diakui dan jadi ada perda. Perda sejak 2012. Jadi ada upaya di tingkat pemerintah kabupaten dan provinsi juga ada, tapi kadang-kadang ya mungkin saya yakin lebih pada soal bukan political will, tapi justru di tingkat daerah, tetapi lebih kepada alokasi, alokasi keuangan. Jadi perda itu sudah menjadi bagian akhir dari sebuah proses, sedangkan ini terbalik, mestinya itu titik awal dari sebuah visi pengolahan sumber daya alam yang berbasis masyarakat adat yang bisa dikolaborasikan dengan pemerintah di tingkat daerah terutama. Itu saja tambahan sedikit dari saya. Terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Kristina. Pak Dr. Andres, Pak Mensch.
Yeah, sorry if I had difficulties to follow the question of Ms. Budi. It was a little bit too far.
Budi.
Yeah, if I may repeat again in English, I'll resume my question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Andrea, so what I was asking was about what is the best approach to make sure that the customary law along with the customary land can quickly recognized and managed by the local people, by the customary by the customary local people. And why I'm asking this, because we have seen a lot of new regulations regarding the customary law, customary people, and then also the social forestry approaches, but none of them can be run very well or quickly because of many problems that we already been discussed so far. So if you have any inputs or any ideas on how to obtain it in faster way to have the customary law more recognized quickly, and also for the local people to utilize the forests according to the social forestry, or any other good approaches that they already been applied so far, maybe we want to hear about it. That's all my question, Andreas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question and for repetition in Bahasa Inggris. It is somehow a problem, yeah. We have these 5 different social forest schemes, which all takes considerable time to be granted and to really hand over management to the local people. One problem might be the boundaries, the area, but sometimes the people, from my experience, they say we very well know our area, but if you ask the neighbors, they have a different opinion. And this is sometimes contradicting. And of course, government will not create problems and fighting under the people on the resources. So that is something what really carefully has to be respected, that the area is really clear. Otherwise, I would say government should more trust the local people. They have this local wisdom, and government still set the frame for management of the area. They demand somehow a management plan, which they can first check whether it's appropriate, whether it really protects the area. And if the people have a good understanding, a good set of regulations how to keep the resources, then they should apply it, and government should trust them. And they still can monitor if the utilization is somehow sustainable and doesn't create problems with neighbors. So what I presented somehow, that you have this set of traditional knowledge and regulations, which is necessary to avoid that some of the resources are overutilized or depleted. And if you apply some scientific-based methods where you really can objectively see, yes, it's still there, it's still fine, the forest exists and there's no illegal cutting or whatever, then just let the people do. Yeah. So what she has said at that time developed is somehow a good basis to do so. I mean, also that takes some time, this inventories and the monitoring. But yeah, if you trust the people and start with that and let them do, I think it will work in most cases.
Yeah, thank you very much for your response, Andreas.
Oke, terima kasih Pak Dr. Budi atas pertanyaan dan diskusi hari ini. Pak, terima kasih semuanya. Sampailah kita pada penghujung acara. I really appreciate for your presentation, all speakers. We hope from this further discussion we can create a new perspective, and we hope a new policy can be supported for Indonesian biodiversity conservation for Indonesian future, and we save the world from Indonesia. Thanks a lot, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Mustafa Agung Sarjono. Terima kasih Bapak. Kemudian Dr. Christina Engelter, terima kasih. Dr. Andreas Mens, terima kasih Pak Dr. Andreas. Kita nanti mudah-mudahan kembali ke Indonesia. Pak Dr. Rustam, Pak Dr. Ahmad, Pak Dr. Asbar Laga. I hope all of us get the beneficial information from biodiversity scholar in this international seminar. Thanks all participants for your attention. Sebelum saya tutup, ada sebuah pantun ini. Angin datang dari selatan, berhembus terus hingga ke Kalimantan Utara. Indanian tali persahabatan ini jangan putus hingga akhir masa. Karena ada hujan, maka tanah basah, tanah sudah lama tak kena gempa. Hari ini saatnya kita berpisah. Semoga kita esok kita kembali berjumpa lagi. Thanks, back to the Master of Ceremony.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dr. Arifin. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps our seminar today. On behalf of Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Research and Community Service Center LPPM Universitas Borneo Tarakan, Center for Biodiversity and Environmental Study LPPM Universitas Borneo Tarakan, GIS Association of Indonesian Professors, thank you all for making time in your busy schedules to join us today. This is our third seminar from 4 series of seminars that we plan. Hopefully we can meet again tomorrow for our last series about legal and policy framework for biodiversity conservation in Indonesia, 26 October 2021, to share and discuss another interesting topic. It's been our pleasure to host this seminar, and for e-certificate link, it is already shared in the chat box and it will be automatically sent to your email. I'm Warakus Mariani. As MC today, sign out, and I wish you all a pleasant day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite all participants to submit article to be published in reputable international journal, and we will play it the video for the detail of the call paper.
Pak Dr. Andreas mungkin sudah kenyang sama cempedak, Pak Dr. Andreas ya.
Sorry, there was an interruption. I could not follow.
Oh, cempedak. Do you know cempedak? Cempedak fruit.
Yeah, sure. I know cempedak. Very delicious.
Alai.
Buah lai, yes. Buah lai, buah terap.
Oke, terap. Oke.
Okay.
Gimana panitia, masih ada?